Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency. It is 9:01 a.m. 6 of us are present, and Dawn Suddeth is there on the Zoom. Good morning, Dawn. And good morning. If you would please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So the invocation this morning is just to wish everybody here and everybody watching a happy summer. I hope you all are safe and during your travels, or have a good time here at home. Amen. Amen. May I have a motion, please, for the approval of the final agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Yes, ma'am.
Could we ask that there be
motion to accept
consideration?
Dawn?
Yes.
Yes.
Reluctantly, I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Jim. Is there a second?
I'll reluctantly second.
Oh, you're going to be in trouble today, Dawn. There's a motion and a second to accept Dawn remotely. Is there any objection to that motion? Motion carries unanimously. Dawn, where in the world are you?
Arizona.
Arizona. Well, it's nice to see you. Okay. So now we had a motion for the approval of the final agenda by the two Jims. Is there any discussion on that motion, or if not, any objection to the motion?
Madam Chair, just as a reminder, there was a request made for intervenor status, and that should be heard before the item D
Yes.
on your agenda.
As an item before item D, or in the process of item D?
In the process, but
Okay.
towards the beginning of it.
Okay, so, but we don't need to amend the final agenda for that.
Correct.
Okay. Any objection to the motion to approve the final agenda? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. Approval of the minutes for May 8th of 2026 and the 12th, unless there are any corrections or objections to the minutes.
I move we approve the minutes for the May 8th and May 12th meeting.
Thank you. Thank you. Any discussion on that? Any objection to the motion? And that carries unanimously. The first item on our agenda is public comment, and it's public comment on agenda items, but if you're here for a hearing, you should wait and speak during the hearing, so you're part of the record of that hearing, unless you just don't have time to stay, in which case you're welcome to speak now. Anybody want to speak at this moment? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to our first hearing, which is a variance. This is VAR. Nancy, do you want to do your spiel first?
Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Mayor. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Chair and mayor, they're very close, okay? So today on your agenda, you have 3 variances and 1 development agreement. And these land use decisions are quasi-judicial in nature, and this requires that your public hearing comply with some procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. So these quasi-judicial proceedings will be less formal than proceedings before a circuit court. However, they will be more formal than the remainder of your meeting, and we must follow basic standards of due process that requires certain notices, the application of the correct standards of law, and that your decisions be made on competent and substantial evidence presented to you today, either in written documents or through oral testimony. Your responsibility today is to evaluate that testimony and information for each of these agenda items and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or in state law, as may be applicable, have been satisfied. So speculation or opinion that is not based on competent facts should not be considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering report, or if their testimony is based on their personal knowledge and information. So members of the public who are present, if you intend to speak, please keep my comments in mind. And when you come forward, state your name clearly for the record and whether or not you have been sworn in. Today, we have 3 variances before you. I want to remind you that a unanimous decision by eligible voting members of the LPA to approve a variance constitutes final agency action, subject to a request by anyone for an additional hearing or review of the matter by the town council if the request for the additional hearing is received by the town clerk within 10 days. So for purposes of efficiency, before we begin these public hearings, I would like to go ahead and dispose of a few matters related to quasi-judicial agenda items. The first is I'm going to ask the town clerk whether or not these agenda items have been properly noticed pursuant to our Land Development Code and Florida law.
Yes, they have.
Thank you. Also, at this time, if there is any LPA member who has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, this would be an appropriate time to go ahead and make that disclosure so that we can make sure that we have a quorum present for the review of that item.
Thank you, Nancy. Don, do you have any conflicts on any of the cases?
No conflict.
Thank you. How about you, Ed?
None.
Jim?
None.
Jane? None. Don? Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jim?
None.
I have none as well.
Thank you. So at this time, we would like to go ahead and ask if anyone who is present intends to provide any testimony. If you would please stand and raise your right hand, and the
This is
clerk
anybody who's
will
going to give
qualify you.
testimony in any of the cases today.
And that
So if
includes
you're-
public comment.
And that's public comment. So anybody who wants to speak today should stand up and be sworn in.
Perfect. If you'll raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay? All
Thank you
parties
very
have been sworn.
much.
And Madam Chair, we will take the qualification of experts within the context of each of the public hearings.
Thank you, Nancy.
And so I think at this point, you can read the title
I'm
to
going
the
to read
first
the
item.
title and then ask if there's any ex partes. So this is a variance request, VAR 202-60070 for 5520 Estero Boulevard. This is a resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions, or denying variance 202-60070. Requesting a variance from Land Development Code Table 34-3 to reduce the required side setback to allow a balcony to extend 2 feet into the required 6.5-foot side setback for a single-family residence in the RM zoning district for the property located at 5520 Estero Boulevard, generally referred to as strap number 334624 W1-00205-0170 in Fort Myers Beach, and providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Jim, do you have any ex parte for this case?
Do not.
How about you, Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jane? No. Jim?
None.
Ed?
No.
Don?
No.
I have none as well. So we'll begin with the staff. Jason?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jason Smalley. I'm the senior planner here with the town. So before you today is the request for 5520 Estero Boulevard. The request before you is to allow for an additional 2 feet of protrusion on a proposed side yard balcony. So this is a balcony within their property boundaries on the north side or right-hand side if you're standing in the front yard. The request would allow the deck or the balcony to extend at 4.5 feet of setback as opposed to the 6.5 feet of setback that is generally required for lots that are less than 50 feet wide. The original home that existed there, which was approximately 1,300 square feet, was heavily damaged and ultimately demolished following the storm. So what's going on today is the rebuild of a larger structure And they're attempting to do it all within the codes, but we did recognize during their DEP review that this was extending into the side setback, and then they chose to request a variance. The applicant is here for any questions that you may have. Staff is here for any questions or concerns that you may have as well.
Thank you, Jason. Do we have any questions for Jason?
Oh, I apologize. Also, the recommendation from staff is for a conditional approval. The conditions in there are fairly boilerplate.
Jason, how many platted lots are there along that area right there?
Oh, a lot of those lots have been sliced and diced since the plats were created. So when we look at the plats are much larger. The structures as they exist today, there's quite a few of them. If you'll give me just a moment, I can do a quick count within the general area there.
Well, I'm just talking about on either side of the blue house.
So are you talking about the neighbor to the left of them?
Empty lot on the left, and then there looks like there's possible 2 lots on the right.
I believe, and I'll defer to the owner, but I believe what I understand is that the owner owns one of the adjacent lots as well, and that a third-party owner owns the other side of the lot. But I don't exactly remember which of those lots that
Okay.
the applicant owns as well.
Okay.
Any other questions for Jason at the moment? Thank you. Is the applicant here or the representative? Come on up. Yes. You guys come on up.
Madam Chair, could we go ahead and, for purposes of the record, identify who has provided expert testimony and who will be providing expert testimony on this item?
Sir, you need to come to the microphone.
Come on
Sorry
over.
about that. And are you providing expert testimony?
No, my name's Jose Musa. I'm Ileana Musa's brother, and I'm just here representing her because she's out of town.
Okay. Is there anything you want to say about the case?
No, I just said that I think they referred to the owner if they were here. I didn't know.
So
Okay.
you pretty much agree with what staff's representation has been?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any clarification that needs to be answered for the question that you had on the properties.
Do you have knowledge of it?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
go ahead.
So if you're standing on Estero looking at the property, to the left was the Sandpiper Hotel, which is completely gone. There's nothing there.
There isn't a lot between?
No, there's
Oh,
no
no.
lot in between.
Okay,
So the property line of the property shares, with
Okay.
what was the Sandpiper.
okay,
And then to the right of that, there are 2 properties that are being shared. One is already built already, which is the blue house that you're referring to, which is our neighbor. She was already notified, and she is in accordance and doesn't have any issues.
okay.
And the other lot also belongs to my sister that also got completely destroyed in the storm.
Okay,
And it's an empty lot now.
okay, yeah.
Any questions for the applicant? Don, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No, no question.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Was there anybody else who was going to?
I have a question.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
just want to make sure I understand. From looking at the drawing that's in the package, there's like a 4-foot wide balcony on the second floor that runs the entire length of the structure on the
Yes.
northwest side.
Yes.
Okay. I just
Okay.
wanted to confirm that.
That's
my
it?
understanding.
Okay.
Anything else for the applicant? Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Musa.
thank you.
We'll open the public hearing. Is there anybody here who'd like to testify in this case? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any further questions from the LPA members, for the staff, or the applicant?
Madam Chair, has the agenda materials been accepted into the record?
I'm sorry?
Is there a vote to accept the agenda materials into the record?
That's new. Okay, would somebody make a motion?
I'll make that
to-
motion to accept in the record.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Any discussion on that?
Yeah, I just have one. Could you give us some context, Nancy?
Oftentimes, sometimes in the event of an appeal, there is an issue as to whether or not the materials that are either in staff's records or in the agenda have been accepted to you, before you, by you. as part of your record in the deliberation of this meeting. It's just to basically keep the record pretty clear.
But Nancy, doesn't that happen when we accept the final, make a motion to approve the final agenda?
That would be the order
I
and not within each specific item. So there's no additional, when you make that motion, it's my understanding that you're accepting the items that are identified as agenda items, but not necessarily the agenda backup for each of the items.
So should our deliberations begin with accepting the materials so we can adequately use those for legitimate deliberations at the beginning of
Yes.
every variance?
Yes, it's just kind of a
Okay.
housekeeping thing that I would like to have in the record for this item as well as every item.
So, Amy, could you change the agenda from here on out? Because I don't want to go to each item and say, could we have a motion to accept all the materials?
Right.
If we're approving the final agenda, we could approve also the materials held within.
Could do that.
Yeah.
Okay,
That'd be-
that'd be great.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Did we have the motion?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, and was there a second, did we vote?
Doug.
Did we-
Yep.
Okay, let's, that threw me for a loop. I never heard that. Where the heck did you get that, Nancy?
It's in our script.
Okay.
We can discuss after the meeting.
All right, all right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. So now, are there any further questions for the staff or the applicant on this variance request? And if not, may I have a motion, please?
I move that we approve variance number 202-600-70-5520 Estero Boulevard, including the three conditions recommended by staff and finding that the requirements for the variance have been found.
Support?
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Your vote, Jim?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
Don? Aye. And I'm an aye. The motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Musa.
Madam Chair, could you
That's your
go
sister.
over quickly the 10-day period again? I know Nancy covered all that, but when you have new applicants, this one's important because it's unanimous.
So when the LPA has a unanimous vote on a variance, it can be the final decision unless somebody were to oppose the decision within 10 days, in which case then you would have to go to the town council. So this could be your final step with any luck, but there is a possibility that somebody could say, oh, no, we don't like this decision, and they would question it or appeal it, in which case then you would have to go to the town council. That's for all variance requests in front of the LPA.
And we would get notified.
You would get notified, yes, sir. Yeah, okay, thank you very much for being here. All right, our next variance is VAR 202-50260 for 100 and 102 Baymar Drive. This is a resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions, or denying variance 202-50260, requesting a variance from Land Development Code Section 34, Table 34-3, for the property located at 100, 102 Baymar Drive, generally referred to as strap number 294624W20015511010 in Fort Myers Beach, to reduce the required 20-foot rear setback by 7.9 feet, to allow a rear setback of 12.1 feet for an enclosed access staircase extending to the second floor of a two-family residence within the Residential Conservation RC zoning district, and providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Don, any ex parte in this case?
No.
How about you, Ed?
No.
Jim?
No.
Jane?
None.
Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jim?
No.
And I have none. So we'll start with the staff report.
Good morning again. My name is Jason Smalley, Senior Planner with the town. Before you is a request today for a variance to reduce a rear enclosed set of stairs. This is a double stair. The request is to reduce the setback by 7.9 feet and to allow for a minimum setback on the rear stairs to be 12.1, where 20 feet would normally be required. So staff has recognized that this lot is not clean cut. It's not an interior rectangular lot. This lot does look similar to many of the other, what I'll call end cap lots on the ends of some of the more residential neighborhoods. But quite honestly, it's an oblong shape, and so it's a little odd, little off from what we would expect normal interior lots to be. So the recommendation of approval with conditions, or excuse me, of denial, sorry, it takes into account the understanding that the lot may look a little bit odd, but they're beginning from a blank slate here today, and that staff believe that they could move the stairs around to accomplish what they're trying to do by utilizing the additional 10-foot protrusion into the front setback. The applicant has chosen to go ahead and utilize this on the rear of the home, which is not afforded that additional 10-foot, and that's what necessitated the request for the variance today. Staff recognizes that the rest of the build seems to be within compliance of the code, so what they're asking for is just the reduction of the 20-foot setback by 7.9 feet. I believe the applicant is here today if you have any questions, and staff is here for any questions or concerns that you may have.
Does anyone have questions for staff?
I do. So the last property that we looked at compared to this property, are they both starting from a new slate?
So they are both starting from a fresh site. I would just point out that the previous lot was very much impinged on the sides. This one does have larger setbacks. So for instance, it does have to provide a 20-foot side street setback in addition to the normal 25-foot front setback there. But they have a lot more space to sort of move around the structure in this case. They could have reduced the size of it. They could have taken advantage of the front setback, which was an original recommendation. We're not stepping in to say that the staff is telling them how to design this. We just told them that there were some options to perhaps accomplish their goals while not necessitating the variance. They've chosen to go ahead and do the variance, and that is their right to do it. But I would defer to them as far as, is that a necessary design to accomplish what they need, or is this a choice?
Jason, when you have a corner lot and have two 25-foot setbacks, shouldn't that give you the right to have two side setbacks that are for the back and for the other side? I mean, it's an unreasonable, to me, it's unreasonable to have 25, 25, and 20.
So in this case, it would be a 25 on the front, a 25 on the side street. They have a 10-foot side, and then they have a rear. So one side, one rear, and then two street setbacks. So we recognize that the additional setbacks on this site do sort of force the structure into the middle here. What we're saying is that staff, when we reviewed it initially, just looked at it and said, we believe that the stairs and the entryway could be accomplished with a little bit of compromise on the front, but I recognize that it would probably have reduced the depth of the set of stairs that they're proposing here if they did try and fit it into that additional 10-foot setback they're allowed for on the front. To your point, though, you can utilize that additional setback in both the street setback or the front estero setback in this case. That's a choice that corner lots can make, and that's a little bit more flexibility for them. But again, what they're requesting is to go ahead and put it into the rear.
They can do that without a variance request on the 25s?
Yes, so that is a by right carve-out that's allowed for in the code. They don't have to ask for anything additional.
Good question. Thank you.
Is there any feedback from the property owner on the northeast side that's the setbacks abuts against?
I'll defer to the applicant if we've heard anything on that one. I am not seeing anything from the neighbors on the submitted package as of right now. But I will defer to them if we've heard anything else. I apologize.
Just one more follow-up on my question, because I'm just learning this piece in part. How much is the by right infringement on the 25 setback when you have a lot like this?
You would be, excuse me, you would be allowed to have a 10-foot depth or 10-foot additional protrusion. So you would be giving a minimum of 15-foot setback in this case.
And that's specifically for accessory structures, stairs, et cetera? Not the home itself?
Exactly. Stoops, porches, and balconies is what the code specifically allows for.
Thank you, Jason.
Anything else for the staff? Okay, we'll ask the applicant to come up or their representative. Is somebody here for this case?
Madam Chair, again, a housekeeping matter.
This was Kara Stewart's, is that right?
Has there been expert testimony, and are you accepting into the record the agenda materials?
So move to accept the materials into the agenda?
Second.
Any objection to that?
Jason
Motion carries
Smalley has
unanimously.
been accepted as an expert in the past.
He has been. And
Thank
do we have to go through that every time too now?
No, but if you could just state it within the record, that would be fine.
Okay, all right. Right, you just. This is not Kara's. Okay, there's a gentleman who had, Jason Smalley has been accepted into the record. And sir, you've never testified before us.
I have not. I'm here first time.
So are you testifying, can you tell us a little bit, are you an
Sure.
expert?
So my name is William Marengo, so I'm representing Atlas in Design and Engineering
Yes,
today.
sir.
So I'm here to just represent the drawings that were submitted, and on behalf of the applicant. I thought the applicant was going to be here, but if you have any questions regarding that, I have the plans here, and that's why I'm here.
Do we need to accept him as an expert, or?
Can we get your name
Clerk
again?
needs her.
William, and last name Orengo, Orengo.
Thank you.
So you could accept him, I don't know what his title is.
Do you do this for a living?
Yes.
We do, yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, you do, okay. Could we have a motion to accept Mr.
Trying to nail
Orengo?
that down, so I'm asking weekend drawers.
Right, right,
Mr.
right.
Orengo as an expert in his field, please. I'll make the motion to accept Mr. Orengo as an expert in
Support.
his field. Thank you, Jim. Is there any objection to that motion? That carries unanimously. Any questions for Mr. Orengo on this? Jane, did you want to ask him the question about the stairs?
I was just asking for from Jason about whether that is acceptable, because I think we've done that on several properties that were corner lots, and we could use the side setbacks on different areas, so I really don't have a question for him.
Anybody have any questions for the gentleman?
I do.
Ed?
If you were to move the stairs to the front of the house, would that affect the curb appeal of the house from the street?
I think that was the big, from what I'm looking at the plans, that's what's driving us to put that at the rear. Because if we put them on the front, which originally they were on the front, when you're driving on Estero Boulevard, it might not look as appealing as it would
You're looking at.
hidden on the other side of the property.
Is access to the stairwell, is that from the parking area under the building? How do you get to the stairwell, the enclosed staircase?
So access would be through the ground floor level, so you can have access through that to go up to the first and second.
Yeah, from underneath the building or from the side
Correct.
lot? Or
From the ground level, because the ground
From the
level has
garage.
the
Yeah.
garages.
I guess my question is the adjacent property owner, because we're kind of encroaching on the setback. I don't know if that affects them or not. It'd be nice to know that they're okay with it.
Well, doesn't look like anybody's here, but we'll see. Any other questions for the gentleman? Don, did you have any questions?
No, no question.
Okay, thank you very much,
You're
sir.
welcome.
Appreciate you being here. Is there we'll open the public hearing. Anyone here to speak on this hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any further questions for the staff or the applicant? If not, may I have a motion? Unless you want some time to think about it.
So Jason, the reason that you denied it is because it doesn't meet the setbacks.
I think the general umbrella here is that, yes, it doesn't meet the setbacks, but that's the reason that they're here today. Mostly the denial is just because, again, staff could see a method to accomplish this while staying within the allowances and taking advantage of the additional protrusion. We don't want to speak on the curb appeal of it. That's a private matter with them, and that may have caused them to come here and ask for that, but that's not part of my review for the variance.
But that would have been the option, Jason, right?
That is absolutely correct. They either had to bring it into conformity or request a variance here today, so they've taken that option.
But the option would have been to put the stairs on Estero Boulevard.
I believe that could have accomplished what they were attempting to do, particularly if it's mainly aesthetic in nature.
Well,
Yep.
they also could have this, the stairwell could be internal in the building too. It doesn't
Well,
have to be on the
stairwell,
outside.
internal.
Again, the staff didn't want to get involved with trying to redesign it for
Redesign
them.
their
We did
project,
point
sure.
out that there were other options, though.
Sure, sure. Okay. Any other questions? Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve variance 202-50-260-100-102 Baymar Drive, subject to the 4 conditions that staff is recommending, and find that the conditions for the variance are met.
I'll second.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Ed. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, your vote, Jim?
Yes.
Ed?
Yes.
Don? Yes. Jane?
Yes.
Doug?
No, because of the adjacent property owner.
Okay,
If I heard from them, it'd be different.
okay. Jim?
Yes.
I'm a yes. So the motion is 6-1, which will require you to go to the town council. So that'll be your next step.
Might make a
Thank you.
suggestion that you get a hold of the neighbor, or let them know to get a hold of the neighbor and have them send a letter in if they're in support, or whatever.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you for making the effort to be here today. It's
Yeah.
good to have somebody on the property.
So Nancy, could I just ask for a motion right now to accept all the material held within our agenda packet?
Yes.
I'll move that, I'll
Again,
move that,
I
Madam
just want
Chair.
to reiterate that sometimes when matters become controversial
understand.
and there's an
Understand.
appeal, without those little words in the record.
We just missed the training, that's all. So
Yeah.
moved.
I
Thank you.
apologize.
No, you don't have to
Second.
apologize. Okay, the motion is made by Jim Dunlap, seconded by Jim Bowen, to accept as part of the record all the material contained within our agenda packet.
Very good.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. That's disposed of. Next, variance, VAR 202-60056, 21531 Widgeon Terrace. This is a resolution of the Fort Myers Beach Local Planning Agency approving with conditions or denying variance 202-60056, which is requesting a variance from Land Development Section 34-638D3C.3, or 3, Iowa, whatever the heck that is, to reduce the required 25-foot water body setback by 8.97 feet and allow a 16.03-foot water body setback for a non-roofed swimming pool for an existing single-family residence in the residential conservation zoning district for the property located at 21531 Widgeon Terrace, generally referred to as strap number 344624W1 00001.001B in Fort Myers Beach, and providing further clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Ex parte, Don? None. Ed?
No, none.
Jim?
None.
Jane?
None.
Doug?
No, ma'am.
Jim?
None.
I have none as well. Jason's.
Good morning again. Jason Smalley, Senior Planner with the town. Before you today is a request for a variance to reduce the setbacks for a in-ground pool. This would be proposed to be an uncovered in-ground pool. This lot is particularly unique in that it sits on the bay, and many of the bay lots do not have seawalls. In fact, new seawalls are generally prohibited by code on both the bay and the Gulf side. So before you today is a request for an existing lot with a non-seawalled rear lot, which causes them to set setbacks not from an established seawall, but from the meandering mean high water line in that rear portion of the lot. So the code generally would require 25-foot setback from this meandering line, and whereas a seawalled lot would have much more reduced setbacks for an in-ground pool. So the request today is to fit it onto this non-seawalled existing lot. And what they're requesting is to reduce the 25-foot water body setback by 8.97 feet and provide a new setback of 16.03 feet to accommodate the design of the pool that the customer wishes. I believe that the applicant's representative is here today, but staff is here for any questions or concerns you may have. Staff, by the way, is recommending an approval with conditions based largely on the fact that it's non-seawalled, a meandering line, and a relatively small lot that's been carved out in that area.
Thank you, Jason. Questions for Jason?
I've got one.
Go ahead.
So if they had a seawall, what is our setback in town if they had a seawall?
So it could be reduced down to a minimum of 5 feet from the seawall if this were a fully seawalled in-ground pool. But simply because they have no seawall back there, the measurements have to be made from the mean high water line, which meanders across the property, not in a straight line. So you may have areas of the lot that have seemingly enough depth to put a pool of a regular size in there, but as you go down the property line, those depths fluctuate quite a lot depending on how far the mean high water line was mapped into their property line, because you have to provide 25-foot setback from all points along that mean high water line once it's determined.
Jason, we've had this before. Is the difference between the seawall and the mean high water line a town code issue? Or is it a state issue?
I can't speak to state statutes on that, but I can speak to the town's codes. The town's codes specifically say that you must measure from a delineated mean high water line.
And you determine the mean high water line from what source?
So it's based on a survey, stamp survey that we have received from the applicant, and they, using standard state
Okay.
measurements, will go ahead and establish that mean high water line for that.
Thanks, Jason.
Other questions for staff? Don, anything? No. Okay. Thank you, Jason. Is the applicant here? Thank you for being here today.
Good morning.
Good morning. Tell us your name.
My name is Ron Walsh. I'm actually here to represent Kara Stewart, who was taking care of everything. She had knee surgery.
She had knee
So
surgery.
wasn't
yeah.
able to make it, so I'm here in her place.
Okay. What would you like to tell us? Anything about this?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. That was quick. Any questions? Any questions for the gentleman?
Just a couple follow-ups.
Anybody have anything? Thank you very much for being here, sir.
Oh, sorry.
And we wish Kara a speedy recovery. We'll open the public comment. Is anybody here to speak on this case? Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Any further questions, concerns, thoughts? If not, is there?
I just think that it should be acknowledged that this is a homeowners association and they have different rules and regulations than the rest of the island because they are a.
I don't think it is, Jenny.
What?
It's outside the gate.
Say it again?
It's outside the gate. I don't think.
Wait,
Oh.
oh, it's outside the gate.
Oh, I'm sorry, I will
Yep.
rephrase that then.
It's outside the gate.
Yeah, I have one point, Madam Chair, if I could.
Can
We
we,
can barely
can we
hear you.
turn Dawn up? For once, we want Dawn to be louder.
I'm pretty loud.
Yeah, well, we know, honey.
While we're working on that, the last speaker, I understand he's a contractor, is that correct? Okay, so you're knowledgeable of the project, so you have expertise on the project. Thank
Do you want us to accept him as witness, as an expert?
I would like to qualify individuals who are experts.
Sir, could you come back up?
And let me go ahead and add, the basis for that is because expert testimony is considered competent and substantial evidence. However, lay testimony, testimony by members of the public, have qualifications to it. They must have personal knowledge of the information itself, or they must have the other criteria. Their testimony must be based on fact-based information. So it's a different analysis in the event of an appeal. So
Okay.
I'm just trying to dot some i's and cross some t's.
Thank you, Nancy. So, sir, can you tell us what you do for a living?
I own a company. I'm a Southwest Tropical Design. We're a pool contractor.
You're a pool contractor. How long have you been doing that?
About half my life.
And how many years would that be, 12?
I wish.
Trick question.
For a good amount of time,
Yes, ma'am.
okay?
Guess your weight, too.
And would you consider yourself an expert pool contractor?
Yes, ma'am.
You would, okay. May we have a motion, please, to accept the
So
gentleman as an
moved.
expert pool contractor? There's a motion by Jane. Is there a second? I'll make a second. So we have a motion and a second. Any objection to that? You're officially accepted as an expert in your field here for the LPA.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. It was nice to have you here.
Thank you.
We won't bother you again. Well, maybe, I don't know. Okay, so, no other
Don.
business there? Oh, back to Don. Have you got,
Yeah.
let's see.
Can you guys hear me better?
No?
No,
No? I don't know.
turn him up.
Okay, but just go ahead, because we can hear it. Oh,
How about now? Is that any better?
no?
No,
Oh, well, the view is.
watch it.
I literally stood up to the microphone. I just, one thing I was wanting to make sure, there's no removal of any mangroves or vegetation along the
Oh.
riprap.
Okay, let's
I
just,
don't know if
let's
that-
just ask the pool contractor that. Sir, could you come back up? See, I told you, you never know what's gonna happen here. Is there, Mr. Sudduth is asking, he wants to be assured there's been no removal of any mangroves or riprap, anything like that?
No, ma'am.
None at all? The
We can make
expert
that a condition.
testifies that there has been no removal. Do you want to make that a condition, Don?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Stay tuned.
Don, you're familiar with that bay and the, I guess this is discussion, is that okay to have?
Yeah,
That bay and how the water is back there and how many people in the association do have pools that are closer to and things like that. So I'm just curious if you have any concerns about that being outside of the association.
I don't, only because, the only concern I would have is, erosion, but I know there's been no erosion in all the years I've been around there.
Okay.
In fact, I think there's more accretion. If you go back there in a boat, it's much, more shallow now than it was before Ian. And so, I think, it's probably pretty good. It's a little close to the riprap to me, but, again, I think as long as it's the natural, to me, the natural shoreline is almost better sometimes. So, yeah, I have no concern.
thank
Okay.
you, Don. Okay, hearing that, would someone like to make a motion and include,
I'll make a motion.
I asked for public comment. Yeah, I think I did.
Nope.
Would anybody like to say anything about this case? No, okay, closed. Go ahead, Doug.
I make a motion to approve with conditions, the 3 conditions established by staff, plus the 4th condition that Don Sudduth has recommended. No removal of mangroves if they're there, or adjustments to the seawall, riprap, of variance 20260056. Approval with the 4 conditions I just described.
Thank you, Doug.
Actually, it'd be 5 now that you've added one.
If I may, I apologize. There's one clarification in there, though. These mangrove areas do fall within their boundaries, and so my understanding is that they could apply for trimming and maintenance of those. I just want to make sure we're not putting in anything that is across the board. They can't remove any of that, perhaps condition it with state permitting.
Right.
Okay, amend what I'm calling condition 4, as proposed by Don.
We have 4 conditions.
Yeah, they,
Oh, we have
they could, it's a
Fifth,
Yeah.
oh,
It'd be
fifth
the
condition,
fifth
sorry.
condition.
I didn't scroll down far.
Sorry.
Fifth condition, no destruction of mangroves or removal of mangroves, or destruction or removal of riprap.
At any rate, I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, your vote, Doug?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That motion carries unanimously. So, Mr. Expert Pool Contractor, that means that you're good to go unless somebody challenges this decision within the next 10 days, in which case you'll have to go before the town council. All right? Thank you, sir, for being here. Okay, anybody want to take a break?
Yeah.
Did you say yes?
Yes.
Sure. Yes, yes, we would. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we move on to the next case. you. Don, you're there. All right. Thank you all for your patience there. Our next item is a development agreement. This is ordinance 2602, DA 202-50277 for 6890 Estero Boulevard. This is the old Wyndham Hotel. This is an ordinance of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving or denying home rule development agreement for property located at 6890 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Strap numbers 034724-W100003010. Owned by FMBH LLC as authorized by Section 2-100 of the Town's Land Development Code, and in compliance with the procedures for application and approval of development agreements with 2 phases and 7 deviations for the purpose of redevelopment of the property to allow a restaurant, entertainment, commercial parking, and recreational area, providing for terms and conditions, including but not limited to the identification of the proposed use of the property, a finding of consistency with the Town of Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, commitments and development obligations, deviations needed for development, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. So we'll ask for ex parte first. Don?
Met with the neighborhood company, Pat, and the pond attorney.
Your sound is better, Don.
Okay.
Thank you. How about you, Ed?
I also met with the neighborhood company and received many emails, including a bunch this morning.
Thank you, Ed. Ed? Jim?
My ex parte is similar to Ed's. Met with the neighborhood company, and we've had numerous emails, both in opposition and in support of.
Thank you. Jane?
I can ditto his comments.
Okay, thank you. Doug?
Yes, I met with Pat Vaness and their attorney here, where he gave me an overview of the project and the variances they're requesting. Also, as the others, received quite a bit of email through Amy, and I think about half in favor and half opposed.
Thank you. Doug? Jim?
Kind of similar to what's been said to this point. The only additional one I had is several residents' interactions. Knowing this was coming up today, those are more extemporaneous, but the conversations revolve specifically around the temporary nature of what they believe that the application of the structure is about. That may have been a carryover from before, but it's still a concern that was expressed last couple of days. Other than that, that's it.
As on top of what everyone else has said, because we've all received the emails, I had several conversations, most recently on Friday the 12th, with Craig and Kathy Luce at Cresciente, and their concerns were traffic and parking and noise. Sharon at Santini Plaza, who's the property manager, is very concerned about overflow parking into the Santini Plaza. And I did meet with Pat Vaness and John on the 10th, as well as previously at Badass Coffee on April 3rd, who gave me an overview of everything. So,
Madam Chair?
And lots of people in my store who I don't know just telling me what they think about all of this.
So, Madam Chair, for this particular item, it appears that there has been significant or more ex parte conversations rather than in our typical land use application. So I think it would be appropriate to go ahead and ask the applicant if they wanted to ask any questions regarding the disclosures that have been made. And also, I'd like to assure that you have received a copy of the emails that have been referenced.
Yes, Megan Strayhorn for the record, attorney for the applicant. I have no follow-up questions based on the disclosures, and we have been receiving emails from the town clerk from the public.
As late as this morning,
I'm
Megan.
having trouble hearing.
Yes, ma'am, we did receive a few this morning as well, Madam Chair.
Don, what did you say?
I'm having trouble hearing, but she may have not been in front of the mic. I'm sure I'll hear back.
I can speak louder.
If I may jump in with regards to ex parte, just want to make sure that everybody received the 2 letters from the adjacent condo associations, Sanderac. We have a copy of that letter if you didn't get it. It's in our PowerPoint.
Was that from Mr. Greer?
It comes from the association president. It's on letterhead. There are 180 units in that property. So just keep that in mind. You may have received a bunch of individual emails, but this one letter is an official letter from 180 units, on average about 2 people per unit. And right across the street, Estero Cove, also you received an email from the president. In his email, he also says, coincidentally, that they represent 180 units. Again, probably 2 people per unit. That's 360 units that fully support this project.
Thank you, Pat. Okay. We also have today, so Pat, do you have any experts that are going to testify today, or Megan, any experts that are going to testify today that have not already been qualified by us?
No, we do not.
Okay. We have been asked to give intervener status to a group. We need to vote to accept that or not accept that and allocate time. Max, did you want to come up?
Max Forgy, with Forgy Planning Services, on behalf of Larry Gilleen. We requested 30 minutes. I'm sure that Larry and I can cover what we have to say in 15 minutes at this time.
So in lieu of 30, you're requesting 15 minutes?
Yeah, we want to reserve the 30 for the town council when that time is necessary, but 15 minutes will be fine for us.
Well, that's a
today.
separate hearing, so unless, do they need to ask for the same thing here as they do for the town council?
No,
Nancy?
they can request whatever they choose. However, could you state for the record the basis for claiming intervener status?
In the letter which we sent you, Mr. Gilleen and 2 of his neighbors who live right next to where this will take place, they are more affected than other parties would be than as the statute requires.
Mhm. So, so could we have a motion, please, to accept this request for intervener status? Megan, you're standing up. Are you objecting to this?
I just need to put a few.
Go right ahead.
On the record, yes. Again, Megan Strayhorn for the applicant. I just want to point out that in reviewing the letter for intervener status, it is citing to Florida statute section 163.3215.
Apologies, is there any way we can get the microphone?
Can you, how about that?
That's
Is that
better.
better?
Thank you.
My apologies, everyone. It is citing to Florida statute section 163.3215. And under that statute, that is really more pertinent for claiming standing in circuit court, and it also limits the scope of the items which are relevant. That is, items which materially alter the use, density, intensity, which would be inconsistent with a comprehensive plan. So, number 1, for purpose of the record, we would be objecting to the intervener status. We would be requesting a limitation of time in the event that you all grant it. We would be asking to make sure that it is limited in scope to those matters set forth in Florida statute section 163.3215.
Nancy, do you want to comment on that?
Well, I believe the statute does state that. Megan, could you quickly repeat the 4 areas that you would like the testimony limited to?
Yes, ma'am, and let me pull out the statute. It is materially alters, and this is section, I did not bring extras, but Nancy, I do have it in front of me if you would like for me to hand it to you.
Yep, no, if you could just for the record restate it.
Absolutely. That materially alters the use or density or intensity of use on a particular piece of property, rendering it not consistent with a comprehensive plan.
Okay, and then one of the requirements for the development agreement itself is to make
Find it
sure that it is
consistent.
consistent with the comp plan, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I mean, she's set forth some statutory sections. I don't necessarily disagree. However, Mr. Flaherty has provided testimony in response to those. Do you want to add anything that, Forgy, I'm sorry. Would you like to add anything to those comments that were made?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Okay,
Ms. Strayhorn did not indicate if she was objecting to the 15 minutes that they're asking for.
I think 15 minutes is much more reasonable for this request than 30. I will defer it to you all.
Megan, out of curiosity, how long is your presentation?
I'll defer to Pat on that one. How quickly can you?
Yeah. Good luck.
How long do you think it is, Pat?
It's going to be a good 30 minutes, if not more. Obviously, with an intervener, we have to set a really good record because, as far as we know, this could go
Sure. Yes,
somewhere else
exactly.
afterwards.
Okay, okay. May I have a motion, please, to accept Mr. Forhy and his clients as given intervener status with a time limit for their presentation here today of 15 minutes?
So moved.
May I ask one follow-up clarifying
Wait,
question?
hold on, Megan, we're in the middle of the motion.
My apologies. Yes, Madam Chair.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I'll let you say something now during this discussion. Does it have something to do with the intervener status?
It does. I just wanted to clarify the individuals that he was representing, if it is the same that was contained in the June 12th letter or if there were additional. That's all. I think he mentioned it was just the individuals in the letter.
Correct. That is what you mentioned, Mr. Forhy. Okay, very good. So there is a motion and a second. And is there any objection to this motion? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously and you're granted intervener status with 15 minutes of time. So thank you. Okay, so we'll start this now with just a brief introduction by Jason and then we'll move on to the applicant.
Me first, huh?
Well, just an intro. Just
Do I
an
get
intro.
30 minutes?
You get, no, it's an intro, Jason, an intro.
It's not about you, Jason.
I don't want 30 minutes. I do not want 30 minutes. Yes, I'll just do a brief intro so we can get to the fun. The application before you is for a development agreement on the property commonly known as the old Wyndham property, or the Wyndham property, excuse me. There's a couple phases that are in your packet, as was mentioned in the introduction by the chair. The phase one, well, there's an open a restaurant and entertainment venue with recreational uses. In order to expedite the opening of this venue, temporary mobile vending trailers will be utilized to comply with FEMA and Florida Building Code flood regulations per the applicant. Their request includes a phase two, and there's two site plans included in your packet that show those two differences between those two phases. The phase two will require design, permitting, and construction of a wave dissipation wall, combined with flood map revisions to change the property's flood zone from VE to AE. The map change would allow for construction of permanent dry floodproof structures and replace and eliminate the use of temporary trailers. Additionally, the applicant requests that the recreation uses will be then expanded to include pool and lazy river. And obviously, we can go into some details of those two phases. The application also includes, and they're noted on the site plans and as part of the request, that there's additional uses that are allowed currently under the commercial resort, CR zoning district, which is what the property currently is designated as I forgot to mention. It's also, where did it go here, the application also includes an area for COP, which does expand across into the EC zoning district, a small portion. There's a notes page after each of your site plans, if you're looking at those, that have descriptions of square footages in areas and buildings and that sort. There's a maximum of some of those, so that tells me that the structure will probably be anywhere between, say, 3,000 and 5,000. They don't know exactly yet because that hasn't been designed. The applicant has also included a list of deviations. Some of those deviations are applicable to phase one. Some of them are requested and applicable to phase two. We have included a condition, recommended a condition to you that phase one deviations go away specifically. And part of that is because there may be something that in the temporary nature of phase one is appropriate, but may not be appropriate for a more permanent use later on. The way that this is structured in the application, the applicant is and he can speak more to this, obviously, but their attempt to preserve some uses that are part of the CR. We do have the 2 site plans for the 2 phases. There could be additional phases in the future or revisions to those phases. All of those would have to come back through the process to do that. But it is this process that would also, just like if we do a PUD or PD zoning district, sometimes they ask for uses that are not on the site plan. It's a very similar component. In the staff report, there's a section of consistency with the comprehensive plan. That does include the applicant's responses and their opinions of consistency with many of these goals, objectives, and policies that they've presented.
Jason,
Yes.
just an introduction today.
Okay.
And then
Yep.
you'll have another opportunity for
Okay.
the
And
argument.
there are some staff sections that are not a response, and part of that is due to the nature of the DA and our role in the DA versus the difference with a PD as an example.
Good.
So that's, yeah, so if you have any questions about the deviations or anything else, I'd be happy to.
Yeah. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Okay. Megan or Patrick, whichever one.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Let's see, how do I work this slideshow?
Eric?
There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, I'll figure.
Take your mic off and then go.
Oh, I get to walk around. This is going to be very dangerous.
Don't get carried away, Megan.
Again, for the record, I'm Megan Strayhorn, attorney for the applicant and property owner. We are here for a development agreement request for the property that is formerly known as the Wyndham Holiday Inn. And I will go ahead and introduce the team. Next.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. So, let me introduce the team. We have John Callis as owner representation. We have myself. There is Ted Treesh with TR Transportation. However, he was unable to attend today, so he will be in attendance for the town council meetings, as well as Pat Van Ness, who has previously been sworn in as an expert witness. But if you would like for him to go through his curriculum vitae for you, I'm sure he would be happy to do so.
Oh, we've heard about
Please.
it many
I was going
times.
to say, but let's not.
Many times.
I'll get it as soon.
I think if you say next.
Next. That might be the easier
Voice activated,
approach.
yeah.
My apologies. Again, this is a development agreement. Nancy always does a fabulous job of explaining, and a home rule development agreement at that. Nancy always does a fabulous job of explaining quasi-judicial proceedings. So this is quasi-judicial in nature. This is not judicial, so you're not going to be seeing me standing up to objecting to any of the things that the interveners are saying. When we come back for a rebuttal, I will point out anything that I think is irrelevant or what is relevant for this matter. This is, again, a home rule development agreement, so when you're reviewing it, you're looking to see if it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, if it's consistent with the land development code. This application was submitted before the town adopted the new comprehensive plan, so when you're reviewing the backup, the material, you're going to see notices of both the old as well as the new comprehensive plan. However, it should be really evaluated under the 2045 town plan. This will maintain the underlying commercial resort zoning, and this is a development agreement, and historically the development agreements that you all have seen generally are a much larger scale than this. You will not be seeing a commercial resort being presented today. The purpose of this development agreement is really to make sure that this property can be used as soon as possible. Now, this process started, I'm going to say roughly about 10 months ago, with an attempt to do an emergency temporary permits to get a mobile restaurant on site. That process was diverted, so we're no longer doing the emergency temporary permits anymore, and now we've submitted for the development agreement, which is in 2 phases, which I will get into. This is a contractual agreement between the town and the property owner with certain conditions and uses and requirements. And again, all of the evidence that will be presented today will be providing the competent and substantial evidence that is required to find that the development agreement is consistent with the comprehensive plan as well as the land development code. Can we go next? That is much easier than trying to find the clicker. Again, this is a two-phased approach, and so there are a couple of things that I do want to point out before I let Pat get into the details of the agreement. This is a two-phased approach. I've seen several of the public comments and this term of an interim use. I want to make it clear that this development agreement could very well be permanent. That's not the ideal solution, of course, but the development agreement itself is not interim. Phase 1 is what I kind of call the permitting phase. That could be the interim phase. So the phase 1 is more of a temporary nature in the sense that there is up to 6 trailers providing for a mobile restaurant, one restaurant, contained in a pole barn or a tiki barn on site, as well as accessory parking. There will be bathrooms as well in the trailer. When phase 1 is operational, the property owner will be going in to obtain permits for a wave dissipation wall. Once that is obtained, once the map is revised, then phase 2 can be developed, which makes a permanent restaurant, a permanent tiki barn, very similar to what has been in existence there for many years, as well as the parking, which is accessory. There'll be a recreational area, lazy river, a pool, and then in also phase 2, there is an additional parking area, which I would like to also point out, which is a joint shared parking. It will be private, it will be gated, it will be locked, and it will only be through valet-only use for the southern section. There are concerns that I've heard that this is going to be a public beach parking lot. That is not the case. This will be paid the same exact way that it has been as it was being operated by the Wyndham. You will pay to park. You can take your ticket to the bar to get validated. That is the purpose of the primary parking for this project. And I think with that, I will turn it over to Pat to continue.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Patrick Vanass. I'm a certified planner with the Neighborhood Company. And before we get started, I just want to say one thing.
Don't do it, don't do it.
I want to say, wow, what a sports weekend did we get? We had the NBA Finals, we had the Stanley Cup, and we had a decisive win by the U.S. men's soccer team at the World Cup. Amazing weekend. I could discuss it all day long, but I know we had 2 cases that we have to dispense with first. So we'll go through those, and then we can chat about sports afterwards.
So you're feeling happy today?
Yes.
Okay.
But if you can further indulge me, I do have something I want to share with you. And I want to tell you how I'm feeling today. And how I'm feeling today is cautiously optimistic. And the reason I'm optimistic is today I get to represent 2 great projects.
Consciously or cautiously?
Cautiously.
Cautiously.
And I'm optimistic because I get to represent 2 great projects. I think these projects represent redevelopment that we need on this island. They are infill projects. They are in the right locations. They are reasonable requests at a scale that makes sense, that fits within the context and fits within the fabric of Fort Myers Beach. We have 2 applicants for each of those projects that are local with a proven track record and demonstrated record that they are good neighbors, good stewards of Fort Myers Beach, and have gotten along with their neighbors. So with that said, and on top of that, both of those parties are funded and ready to go. And as soon as they get their approvals, they are ready to break ground and move forward. And from what I'm hearing, that's what we want more than anything else now, is we actually want to see shovels in the ground and projects moving forward. So with that said, I am going to jump into the Wyndham presentation. For those that have been on the beach as long as I have, we call it the former Wyndham, but the former Holiday Inn also. That property was first developed in 1969. It was a classic 1960s era beachfront motor coach inn, and it featured amenities like shuffleboard, tennis courts, and jet ski rentals. The applicant, the Pullman family, represented by John Callis here today, they've owned that property for over 25 years. Bert, the senior of the family, was there on a regular basis, got to know all his neighbors, and was loved by many people on this island. So on site, what you had there before was a 103-unit hotel. There was also a sit-down restaurant near the lobby, near the front of the hotel. And in the back, there was a large tiki bar with food also serviced. That was more like the bar food in the back. That was close to the beach. In the middle of the property, we had a large pool. We had a pool deck. We had an entertainment area for live bands that were there throughout season. And what's important to note also is the Wyndham and the Holiday Inn always embraced the locals, always embraced the residents. You could go there, you could use the pool, you could have some drinks at the bar, and they catered to both their hotel guests and to their neighbors and local residents. And that created a very inviting family atmosphere. It was a fun hangout for a lot of residents, and especially a great hangout for surrounding property condo owners and people on the south end of the island. Some of the additional uses that were there included water sports, operators, vendors for jet skis, parasailing, and beach chair rentals. So what you'll see through this presentation is what we're trying to do is we're just trying to replace and reestablish those uses that already existed and that were there and coexisted very well with their neighbors for decades. So we're asking for those uses except for the hotel use at this time. So if you could move to the next slide. What we have here is an aerial of the property pre-Ian. As you can see, 3 buildings surrounded by parking. I want to point out that there was a significant amount of parking for that property. There were 195 established parking spots, but if you look on the upper left corner, that used to be the former tennis courts, and in season when it was busy, they would valet that area, and they could easily fit more than 200 vehicles on the site. So I think at this point, I need to give you a little context of how we got here. Just a little correction of what Megan said is we started the process about 10, 12 months ago. We initially came in with a development agreement, and the development agreement that was submitted was different than what you have before you today. It has been modified. And the reason it's been modified is because of the intent of trying to get this use in this restaurant entertainment venue open as soon as possible. So soon after the storm, John entered into an agreement with the town and various state agencies for renting the property for recovery measures. They got their affairs in order also, just like we did as residents. We had to figure out what we were going to do with our properties. They decided that they wanted to keep that property in the family. It was a great family asset. They did not want to let go of it. So John set out on the journey for 2 years where he tried to speak to every major hotel brand and every major hotel developer in Florida. And the idea was to find a joint venture, an equity partner to build back the resort. Unfortunately, well, there was interest in the property. There were people that would have been interested in buying it. However, they did not want a partner. They wanted to buy it outright, and that did not go for the family. Family wanted to maintain ownership. So at that point, that's when John came to us, and the idea was, well, we know long-term, probably the highest and best use is still a hotel, but we want to move forward with what we can. At this point, we want to bring back that vibe. We want to bring back those uses that people love. We know there's a need for a restaurant. We know there's a need for entertainment venues on the south end, and we want to do this as quickly as possible. So we first submitted a development agreement that did call for temporary uses and did call for a parking lot that would be open to the public for beach access. We have since revised that, and the reason why things got revised is the wave dissipation wall came into play. It's something that John evaluated. It makes sense. He wants to put that investment in. And by having that wave dissipation wall and being able to change our FEMA flood zone from a V zone to an AE zone, that allows John to build at-grade permanent structures for long-term into the future. So what you see in phase 2 is a large pool, lazy river, and the possibility of putting a 5,000 square foot restaurant under the existing pole barn that will be erected in phase 1. And that also allows the removal of all the trailers from the site. So we are clearly requesting a use that, once approved, is going to be approved in perpetuity. It is not temporary, and it might be there for a very long time. If at some point they do want to develop a full resort, it is CR zoning, and those uses, we want to retain the right to those uses. But just as Jason mentioned, like a PD, sometimes you have more uses than what your master concept plan allows. Your site plans and your packages is what we are committing to. That's what we would be allowed to develop on site. If ever we wanted the hotel component, we would have to amend the development agreement, come back to public hearing, or we would have to extinguish it and come back in with a CPD. So I hope that clarifies kind of how we got here and where we stand. So moving forward, next slide, please. Next slide. So just some basic property details. This is one of the largest properties on Fort Myers Beach at 11.2 acres. It stems from Estero all the way to the Gulf. And as you know, this is a very wide beach area. So we've got 11.2 acres. Of that 11.2, 3.8 acres is developable, meaning that it is landward of the coastal construction setback line. As Megan mentioned, we submitted under the old comp plan. During the review period, the new comp plan was approved. We are now within the medium residential future land use category and the Santini Marina mixed use district. Our zoning was and remains CR, commercial resort. And the surrounding uses, to the north of us, we have the Sanderac condominium. To the south, we have Sand Caper. To the east, we have Estero Cove. And to the west, we have the Gulf. Next slide, please. And this is just an aerial depicting the property. What you see in yellow is the full extent of those 11.2 acres. Next slide, please. And as mentioned, the development area is 3.8 acres and follows the 1978 CCCL. Okay, next slide, please. So when it comes to what we are proposing, the uses, the location. Again, we are asking to put back uses that already existed. Not only were they existing uses for decades, but in our comp plan, in the old comp plan, and reiterated and actually probably emphasized even more in the new comp plan, this is meant to be a mixed-use center. This is where the mixed-use centers on this island is where we allow for the tallest buildings, for the greatest density and intensity. And also when we talk about the Santini Village Mixed-Use District, it calls for a vision of providing a redevelopment opportunity with more entertainment, tourist, and neighborhood commercial uses. And that is exactly what we are providing. It also calls the Santini Mixed-Use District the southern gateway to the island. And as you know, while we are one unified island, we have different neighborhoods in my mind and different characteristics on the south end versus the north end. This is the focal point of the south end, and what is being proposed is very complementary to Santini, to CVS, and the other commercial uses in the marina that is close by. So when it comes to the uses and the location also, we are connecting to sidewalks. This is a highly pedestrian and bike-friendly area. We have thousands of condos in very close vicinity. People can easily walk to this venue, but there was always a pathway to get to the beach, and as we move forward, we will maintain that pathway for the public. We will also be providing bathrooms that will be accessible to the public. The intent is still to draw as many possible people to this venue. We want people to park at the venue, visit the venue, spend dollars at the restaurant and tiki bar. However, we see it as a public benefit to maintain that beach access. Next 2 slides, please. Okay, there you go. So some of the questions are, when you refer to a pole barn, not very sexy, we just wanted to be very clear into what is going to be built there. It's going to be a metal steel structure. That's what it was previously, okay? So it looks like a tiki, it functions as a tiki, it could be decorated, the columns can be wrapped with bamboo, with wood, and you can give it a very beach, coastal vibe.
Patrick, can be or will be?
It will be.
Okay.
It will be. And this is what existed there, and as you can see, those were metal columns. Next slide, please. And those were wrapped, and they were made to look like a tiki hut. Next slide, please. So this is another picture of what existed there. Again, the idea is to bring back that vibe, bring back that atmosphere, and even if we use the words pole barn, it is going to look like a tiki barn. Okay. Next slide, please. I think also for people to understand the concept, one of the closest examples that we have in Fort Myers is Backyard Social. So if some of you have got the Backyard Social, it's a large pole barn, heavily decorated. Obviously, it's not going to look like this. Ours is going to look like a tiki hut, but the size will be similar. And what they have over there is they have multiple food trucks. Again, we are not asking for multiple food trucks. This is one restaurant. It just, in the interim, in the first phase, it's going to happen to be run out of trailers just because we want to expedite the process. We want to get this project up and running for next season. And in the second phase, all those trailers go away and the restaurant is a permanent restaurant. So I've got a few pictures of what this looks like. So what I want to show is, even though a pole barn, in the first phase, it'll be completely open. In the second phase, once the FEMA map revision occurs, we can enclose portions of it. So what you see here is, you see one side of the pole barn, which has been enclosed. And if we look at the next pictures on the next slide, it just shows you how these structures can be decorated. You can make them look any way you want, give them different themes. But you see how a portion of that pole barn has a wall, and that's enclosed. So similarly, our restaurant would be enclosed, but all the seating and the bar area would be in the open portion of the pole barn. So next slide, just another view of what they've done over there at Backyard Social. It'll be a different theme, but it'll be very well decorated and appointed. So in this next slide, this is the site plan that is part of your development agreement. This is regulatory in nature and shows you the various uses being asked, the various sizes, the various areas. So what you have in orange is an area that will be all on pavers, on decking type of pavers. And you see the delineation for that rectangle box. That is the Tiki pole barn. And the dimensions are 80 by 120. The little small rectangles are the various trailers that will be used. Again, I think if it was up to John, we would be using much bigger trailers. However, FEMA tells us we have to have smaller trailers that can be pulled by a light-duty truck. That's why we have multiple trailers. We have one for the kitchen, we have one for the bar, we have two for the bathrooms, we have dry storage, freezer, cooler. But that will allow the restaurant to function and to be up and running this season. The area in yellow is the rec area. That's most likely going to be sand and landscaped. What this area is going to allow is recreational uses such as bocce ball, cornhole, outdoor seating areas. You do have a little area that juts out past the coastal construction line. That was, if you recall, there was a little area right by the beach that was roped off. That existed previously. They had obtained a special exception for that. We are keeping the exact same dimensions, 30 by 122. We are not asking for anything more than what was there previously. This is going to be, there's going to be no structure in there, just seating area, passive uses. It'll be completely cordoned off also.
Was that COP covered before?
Yes, that was covered by COP. I just want to point out also, the total area for COP, it goes from about 31,000 phase one to 33,000 in phase two. Prior to Ian, the COP for the Wyndham was 31,000 square feet. So we are asking for a COP and outdoor rec entertainment area very similar to what existed previously. Another important thing to point out is the parking that you see here is completely required by code. This is, if we look at the entire outdoor seating area and we apply code regulations, we have the required parking for that restaurant. We have an excess of about 19 spots. So this is accessory to the primary use, required by code. We have, as mentioned, the development agreement contains 7 deviations. In phase one, 6 of those deviations apply. And in phase two, as we put in the more permanent structures, many of those go away and we are left with 4 deviations. I can walk through those one by one if you'd like, but if I get a nod to move forward a little quicker, I can do so. So would you like me to go through those deviations? They're in your packet. I think they're fully explained, justified in your packet.
Would anybody like Mr. Vaness to go through the deviations one by one? Why don't you keep going? If we have questions, we'll
Okay.
raise them.
Just as a generalization, a lot of those deviations are associated with the first phase. And in the first phase, the parking lot, since it's going to get torn up and more improvements are going to come in phase two, we are asking for deviations associated with landscape islands and some of the plantings and how we delineate the parking spots. We are going to be using rope and bollard system where the ropes are painted white for every spot. And as phase two comes in, we are going to use the proper parking blocks, and we are going to get more landscaping. So some of those deviations go away as part of phase two.
Are there any material issues, Patrick, if we make adjustments on phase one that would impede phase two?
Can you run that by me
Yeah,
again?
I didn't understand what you
If
said.
if we make any substantial changes to an individual phase, particularly one,
Yes.
do you have to do anything different on phase two? Because it just looks like a holding pattern for phase one, for phase two. They're not interdependent of each other on structures, deviation approvals, et cetera.
Some of the site issues, I think there's flexibility. The tiki barn, the main structure,
Yeah.
is going to go in as part of phase one. And, you know, in phase two, that's where we are contingent and dependent on
No way, Paul.
the FEMA.
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
FEMA
understand that.
map
It's
change.
making sure the conversations we have about one, I don't see anything that's overlapping into two, that if we made a change, two wouldn't be expedited and possible. I'll make sure we don't have an unintended consequence of making a change that does something for expediting the wave wall and the phase two development. A lot of my questions are gonna be around timing today.
Okay.
And so make sure that you point out anything, if you're planting or putting something in that's more permanent on behalf of phase two and phase one, just let me know that if we touch on that.
Okay.
I have
Thank
a
you.
question also.
Yes.
So in phase two, that will eliminate the trailers?
Yes.
Because I couldn't see a way for them to get out over the pool.
Yeah, well, the area where we've got the pavers will have mountable curbs, so easy in, easy out. And when it comes to some of the landscaping that we are putting close to that orange area to shield the uses, anything that we put there would be, by the trailers, would be movable. And we're gonna keep the permanent shrubbery away from those areas that they need to get in and out.
So what would be the time period if, that the restaurant would have to be shut down to do phase two?
So I think John has not completely worked out those issues. However, the pole barn will be there, and the pole barn is the main structure. Obviously, when you start building a lazy river and a pool and start putting in a permanent restaurant, there's gonna have to be some times that they're shut down. I think, though, as much as possible, as much as feasible, he'll ask for ways to keep using the trailers and keep that restaurant use open. Obviously, there might be some shutdown at some point, or maybe the restaurant is in another part of the parking lot during that construction for phase two.
Okay.
With regards to deviations, staff has reviewed our deviations. I have seen no objections really from staff on those. Mr. Dunlap brought up the timing of the phases. Our development agreement provides a sequence and a commitment for when we start the permitting, and once one phase is approved or one permit, we have a limited time frame to go for the next one. So we can't guarantee how quickly the agencies will review and provide approval, so we can't give you an exact time frame for phase two, but we have a very clear delineation of what that sequence is with time limits. Staff has identified in their staff report what the code says when it comes to development orders and timeframes. I think what they've got in there is actually more generous than what we were proposing. We were proposing a more expedited process. So we'll be happy to talk about that. What I'll do now is I will go on to the Phase 2 site plan, which is 3-4 slides down the road.
Pat,
There you go.
you made comment in your discussion that you're trying to expedite things to be open for next season. Are you talking this fall, or are you talking 2027?
This fall, and I think they're gonna have to work very quickly. Nice thing is, they've done a bunch of work when it comes to the infrastructure on site. They have gone in there and cameraed all the utilities. They cleaned out, so there's existing water, existing sewer. Everything is ready. As soon as they have approval, they can finalize the site, put up the pole barn, and October, November timeframe should,
Whoa.
ideally, fingers crossed, they can be up in business. So this is Phase 2. The biggest changes associated with Phase 2, as you can see, is the lazy river and the pool. This is a little conceptual, I apologize. This is more of a engineer's rendering of what this will look like. Most likely, the lazy river will be a little sinuous and will not be as linear as it is. But again, we keep the same uses there. Restaurant under the pole barn, the area in orange is restaurant, bar area, entertainment area. All entertainment and live entertainment would be within the pole barn, and any sound would be projected towards the Gulf, not the adjacent properties. And just as they've always done at the Wyndham and the Holiday Inn, they are self-imposing time limits. 9 o'clock, all music shuts down. People are ushered out by 9:30. All operations cease. If people want to keep having fun, they can go across the street and go to Santini at some of those venues. So again, we see it as complementary, consistent with what was there before. The other big change, other than the lazy river and pool, is the parking area that you see there in gray. This is the area where we are asking for the ability to do joint parking. That area would be completely gated, separate, with separate gate to the area. It would be restricted. And that would be an area where property owner can enter into joint parking agreements with other venues. Perfect example that comes to mind is we have Beach Theater not too far away. As part of their approval, they had to demonstrate that they would have a joint parking and off-site parking. For now, the Dolphin Inn property that they also own would be that off-site parking space. However, if they were to sell that, they need to find another spot. This would be a perfect example where they could enter into that agreement. In the evenings, they could park there. Also, for hotels that have obtained parking reductions, we would allow valet parking only, and we would allow overnight parking. Again, secure area. Those cars are not going to be driven by the owners. There's not going to be back and forth. It'll be valet only. We think this is a great idea. This provides a economic use of the property for the owner, but also it's a private sector entity providing a solution to some of the parking challenges we have on the island. There's been concern brought up with many other cases that we are granting parking reductions, deviations, but this is a perfect example. Here's a solution. Here's what can be done. You can have joint parking, and the valets can go back and forth and utilize this space. So, as mentioned, as we go into phase two, you'll see in the parking areas more landscape islands. We comply with most of the code. I do want to point out one of the deviations is instead of putting asphalt in that entire area, we want to ask for the ability to use crushed shell or rock. That creates a lot more pervious area. I think that's definitely a benefit. It doesn't create that heat island also from a big sea of asphalt. Staff also pointed out in the staff report that there was no water management on site previously. As you can see, we have water management identified there. And as part of this process, as we go through the development order process, the engineers are also going to have to go through the water management district and provide appropriate water management and maintain and control water on site. So just moving forward to the next slide.
Patrick, can I ask one more thing on that
Yes.
new parking? Under the community neighbor, good neighbor category?
Yep.
I assume that on occasion, should and if and when an opportunity, the town or other nonprofit wants to hold sand sculpture down there, parades, or whatever it happens to be, that parking lot could be
Yes.
made available for community uses on occasion with prior
Yeah.
approval and all that?
They've always been a good neighbor. They've always done that. They loved having sand sculptures over there. They have the rugby tournament also that used to happen annually, a bunch of different events. You know, we've had comments from people concerned about traffic, but I've been here for 22 years. Even those peak days like sand sculpture, and I worked at Santini for Little League, getting people in and out. We never had a traffic problem on Estero. It always flowed very well. We had thousands of people attending those events. And nice thing is we do have a big parking lot at Estero. This will be a parking lot that can accommodate those events, and they'd be happy to keep that partnership with the town.
Yeah, I just wanted to get it on the record to be good community citizens.
This would be a simple excess of 36 spots. This would be a simple excess of 36 spots that we're asking for. Those spots were always there. They were always adjacent to the abutting condos. And they weren't controlled like this will be controlled. This will be controlled. This will not be back and forth. Anybody can park there and take their car, come and go. This will be for valet only. And we have also enhanced the buffering all around the property that did not exist previously. So if we move forward to the slide where we have the development standards, I just want to point out that in the CR district, the setbacks that are required are minimal, 20 feet from adjacent properties. And what we are committing to is, to the north of us, we are committing to a minimum 100-foot setback. To the south, a minimum of 200 feet. The Gulf is a 50-foot setback. We have 650 feet to the Gulf. And across the street to Estero Cove, we're going to have more than 200 feet. And we've got the Estero right-of-way on top of that. That creates all that separation. We are not asking for density. We are not asking for height. Completely code standard. Moving to the next slide. This is the parking analysis. It's in your packet. I've already talked about it. If you look at phase one, the requirement is for 144 parking spot. We are providing 163. That's in excess of 19. But it's consistent with the requirement. And then in phase two, like I said, we are providing 237 parking spaces. The requirement is for 147. That's in excess of 90 spaces. And again, don't forget, compared to what was there before, we had 200 parking spaces on that site. So it's just an increase of 37 parking spaces.
Question.
Yes.
I know we're not talking about phase three here, but I think the, ideal situation would be to have a hotel there. And by putting in the structure at the front, is there room to put a hotel that is,
Yeah, so right now, we're the real permanent structure is gonna be the tiki and the restaurant, and they are pushed close to the beach. So there is ample room on the rest of the site. I think if we are looking long-term into the future, and if we are looking at a potential brand-new commercial resort, hotel resort, we're looking at a very sizable investment. And I think even if there's permanent structures there, I think the whole site gets redesigned. Removing or relocating the restaurant and the pole barn in the big scheme of things is very feasible if that's what's desired. So right now, but keep in mind, yes, one day there might be another resort there, but right now, we are not asking for that. If this gets approved, what we are asking for in those site plans are approved in perpetuity. Again, we'd have to come back in, we'd have to ask for an amendment, or we'd have to do a CPD at that time.
are the existing entitlements allowable without the resort?
So what we're asking for is to maintain the CR uses. Right now, if you are purely using CR and not going through a development agreement or a CPD, the restaurant has to be accessory to the hotel. And that's why, that's one of the reasons we are asking for a development agreement. And also, when you ask for COP area, you have to go through a special exception process, or you have to go through a development agreement, or you have to go through a CPD. So by going through the development agreement process, it was a way we could address all those various issues and get the proper approvals to move forward with those uses. So if we look at the next slide, I want to point out that we are not asking for additional height. We are not asking for additional density. So technically, public benefit is not a requirement. But again, as mentioned, they've always been good neighbors. They want to provide that public benefit. So we are going to maintain a public beach access. It's going to be a 10-foot multi-use path. The area adjacent to the pathway is going to be stabilized subgrade. That's so emergency vehicles can use that to access the beach should anything happen on the beach side. We are going to provide public restrooms, comfort stations. In the first phase, it'll be the nicer trailers that you've seen at events. In the second phase, it'll be permanent structures. Those rooms will probably be much bigger because we are going to have a pool with a lazy river, so it'll be a changing room, bathroom situation. We are intentionally limiting our commercial uses. Again, as mentioned, the CR allows for a wider array of uses. What we are asking for is what is presented on your site plan. We are maintaining, and I'm careful with the words I'm using, view sheds / view corridors, meaning that some areas might have structures on the ground, but above those structures, you can have open sky, great views, and we are limiting the structures going on that site. This will not be significant permanent structures that are kind of covering most of the property. We were asked by staff to look at our floor area ratio. So an open pole barn does not qualify as floor area because it is not enclosed. However, we calculated the entire pole barn structure and area that we would use, the paved area. And I think we came up with a 0.07 FAR. And right now, the zoning allows for 1.4, and in a mixed-use district, we could be asking for up to 2.5. So we are significantly under what's allowed from an intensity standpoint. We are going to be using Florida-friendly landscaping. We are limiting our hours of operation and also limiting the hours for amplified sound. We will provide bike parking, golf cart parking. We'll improve our stormwater management system. We're going to provide emergency access to the beach. And in the event of any future storm, we have committed to allow emergency management to use the parking lot for staging and recovery. We are proposing uses that are in great demand and that we keep hearing about. The South End needing restaurants, needing recreation and entertainment venues. We are providing that. We are bringing that back. We believe this will have a real good positive impact for the town, for complementary to other businesses. And we are going to provide a wave dissipation wall. I think the wave dissipation wall is a big deal. I think the town is looking at the possibility of possibly extending this along the entire beach. And this is one property owner doing his part, putting that significant investment to be more resilient, protect the properties, and it also protects the properties behind him. So those are all public benefits. Next slide, please. So without going any further, just want to touch upon the findings and conclusions from staff. We've read their report. We agree with their findings. The only thing to point out is there was mention of maybe temporary or interim uses. I think we've clarified that. And they acknowledge that we are consistent with the comprehensive plan and the vision for the Santini Marina Mixed-Use District, and that the proposed uses are compatible and support comprehensive plan goals. They do have recommendations associated with the time frame, the timelines for the various improvements. As mentioned, I think what we have in the development agreement is a little more demanding, and we are okay keeping that. They also mentioned that the proposed uses and public benefits align with the comp plan. So I've got slides that outline the proposed conditions and commitments. Again, happy to skip that. We can go back to those if needed. And then if we can forward the slideshow to the conclusion. So in my professional planning opinion, I believe that we are consistent with the old and with the new comp plan. We are consistent with the land development code and the criteria for evaluating a development agreement. And with that said, we respectfully request recommendation of approval from the LPA for the proposed development agreement. That is in your packet, the deviations included, and the conditions included therein. So with that said, happy to answer questions, address concerns that you may have.
Thank you, Patrick. Jim, any questions?
Hold the pause for a minute. See what
Okay. Doug, any questions for Patrick?
Could you expand on the deviations that kind of caught my eye are the reductions in the buffer zones? Can you expand on the reason for that?
Doug, I kind of missed that a little bit. Yours expand on what deviations exactly?
Minimizing the buffers.
Two deviations
buffers.
related to buffer zone.
Okay. So the requirement for commercial uses abutting the condo units, where parking is abutting parking, no buffer requirement. We are providing buffers, so we're going above and beyond. Also, the buffer, you have two options when you abut a commercial abutting the residential. We can do a 30-foot buffer with more vegetation, or we could do a 15-foot buffer that has less vegetation but contains a wall. What we are proposing is marrying those two. We are proposing a 20-foot buffer. So again, wider than the 15, a little less than the 30. We are providing all the additional vegetation that would be in the 15-foot buffer. We believe that vegetation is what's going to create the most attractive opaque buffering. It's going to shield, it's going to dampen any potential noise. We do understand that the neighbors want a fence, just in case that folks do not cross the properties. And so instead of putting a wall, because again, we believe the wall is going to be, it's not really going to be appreciated. It's going to be behind that landscaping. We are providing a fence with the combination of the landscaping. So again, staff has looked at that and they agree that this is a good mix of those two options and providing for the intent of that buffer.
Thank you.
Do you have an idea how high the fence will be?
The fence will be a regular fence, a kind
1
of
foot?
security fence, but the buffers, the vegetation, we intend to keep kind of tall to create that shielding. And
So
that
basically a
overhang.
4-foot fence,
Most likely,
Probably
a
6
4 to
foot.
6 foot fence.
4 to
and-
6,
And
okay,
then taller vegetation.
okay.
But it's a chain link fence,
Yes.
so that doesn't help buffer any kind of sound or,
No, it would be, the chain link fence would be incorporated within the vegetation. I think the idea is to not really see the fence, see the vegetation, but you provide that security measure where people can't cross.
okay? Any other questions, Doug?
Yes. Oh.
No, ma'am.
Jane?
You had mentioned FEMA earlier, saying that you had to do the smaller trailers. So you believe that FEMA is going to approve 6 trailers on this property?
Yes, we've looked at the FEMA requirements and the town requirements. We're gonna have an evacuation plan. All the trailers will meet the requirements. They will be plated. They will be towable by a light-duty truck. And there's gonna be a plan in place should there be the need to evacuate and remove those trailers.
So my question is, are we going to see the trailers as we drive into the property?
So
that-
there's gonna be some buffering on the exterior. The trailers are gonna be kind of far removed from Estero, but we are gonna have some landscaping to beautify the area, to shield some of those. Again, we need to maintain a space
For
where
exit.
they get in and out. But John is already thinking about, movable planters, some of those walls that you can put vegetation on the walls and camouflage some of those trailers. And even from an aesthetic standpoint, those trailers, if you've seen Mojo's where they've got kind of the siding on top of the trailers, the idea is to make those attractive. John's got different projects. He's got a kind of high-end luxury Class A RV resort in Fort Myers where they put in a big tiki hut, very similar in concept to this. It's been a great success, and I think the packet included pictures, very attractive, and we've encouraged any of you to go out there and take a look at it, but this will be an attractive site.
Other questions at the moment, Jane?
No.
Jim?
I'll reserve my comments till after the intervener.
Okay. Any questions, Ed?
Yes, in regards to the parking lot entering the parking lot off of Estero,
Yeah, let me ask our tech person to go to the site plan, phase 2 site plan, please.
it's either phase 1 or phase 2 because of the parking lot.
Either way.
So those 2 access points are the existing access points. The main access point is to the north. I think in slow periods, off-season, there would probably just be that access point being used for ingress and egress. In phase 1, there will be a booth and an attendant. In phase 2, Again, it might be a combination of booth, maybe some automated gates. But in phase 2, they can use the second gate when things are busy, and that one would be an egress-only access point.
Okay, so still in regard to the entrance of the parking lot from Estero Boulevard, it looks like you have 20 feet between the boulevard and the parking lot, is that correct? It looks like there's a 20-foot buffer there.
There's so what we have there is we have a 10-foot buffer followed by the water management. And combined, we've got varying widths, but we've got, probably 50 to 100 feet of separation and green space that'll be there with the dry detention areas.
So you talked about a booth with a parking attendant. How far off the road what I'm concerned about is traffic backing up.
Staging.
So what we've got, if you look at the main entrance to the north, we have an island in between, and then we allow for a turnaround. So if someone comes in, either they don't want to pay the fee, or they just turned in by mistake, they can turn around before they get to the gate area, the attendant. There's going to be stacking for several cars. I don't think we've looked at that from an engineering design standpoint, but I would assume 3 to 4 cars right now, the way it is, from a stacking standpoint.
Okay.
So, Patrick,
Don, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do you have any questions for Patrick at the moment?
Not other than, no, I don't think so.
Jim?
just a couple follow-up. Patrick, on the beach access,
Yes.
I know you're contemplating, as Jane was talking about, future uses for this property. Is it the intention, and are you be on the record, that that beach access will remain in perpetuity for
Yes.
the community,
Yes.
regardless of the development that would come subsequent?
So even.
There's always being a dedicated beach access?
So for
It's a benefit, so I'm just trying to lock it
For the
down.
duration of the development agreement, definitely a yes. Beyond that, I think that's up to.
New requests would have to come in, and we deal with that at the time, but
Yeah,
as it sits now, it's going to remain there for that.
but I think as long as the development agreement is in force and active, that is a commitment and it will remain.
So are you aware of any wave disruption or mitigation walls that have been approved on the beach yet?
Yes. So my understanding is London Bay has designed their wave dissipation wall and that it has been approved. So from a timing standpoint, doing the design, obtaining initial approval for construction is something that's relatively understood and well-defined, probably anywhere from a 8 to 10 month timeframe. It's once you've constructed your wall and you ask FEMA for a map revision, that's where the timeframe, they do not have any guaranteed review periods.
Yeah, that's why I'm getting to the whole thing I told you, we're going to talk about timing a little bit. There's a lot of conversation, and justifiably so and appropriately, to have these walls put on the island. There's a lot of speculation about a subsequent zoning map approval, which I don't know if any of those have been approved yet. But a lot of this is predicated on all those things happening, as many have come before we are. I know you're not in control of that, but it is a contingent to your timing on having that happen. And with the concerns that you're mitigating now through your presentation about the temporary nature and moving through these phases quickly, realistically, you have no idea when phase 2 could be initiated, started, consummated, et cetera. Is that correct?
We can't guarantee a timeframe. We estimated most likely in the 3 to 3.5 year period. When it comes to getting these map changes done, the engineer that the town has hired, Elizabeth Fountain, is an expert throughout Florida. There have been other map changes approved. And one perfect example is downtown Fort Myers with the new hotel in the basin. There was a FEMA map change approved to allow that to happen.
And you've looked at the cost of the mitigation wall, and that's been factored into your desire to do it?
Yes, or the applicant has looked at that.
And are you aware, just to finish up with this, are you aware of any issues with the neighbors when you have partial walls constructed versus the entire mitigated
So
area?
again, this is not my expertise. I'm just relaying conversations I've had with Elizabeth. My understanding is when they build these wave dissipation walls, again, these are not massive walls deflecting water. They're just a few feet. They can be exposed, or they can actually even be covered with sand, where you would just see a berm essentially. So low-lying, what they do is they break the velocity, the momentum, and flooding still happens on the property. Water still goes there.
Yeah, it's
So
the
it's
momentum,
not
yeah.
pushed to all the other properties. Plus, they can design it where those walls have breaks in the walls, again, to allow the flow. What it does is it dissipates the velocity, allows the water to flow through.
So, Madam Chair, the only reason I'm bringing that up is obviously the timing of this is a critical part with what you've heard a lot about, and we all have. And we've also heard it almost everyone. Now the wave mitigation walls become the new thing as part of the approval and criteria. We just don't have a track record, and therefore the public needs to know this is open for an extended period of time based on approvals, construction schedules, et cetera. So what may be approved in phase one on behalf of phase two may sit there for a long time looking like that's all that's happening. I just wanted to have that conversation publicly on the record.
So I share some of Jim's concerns with relative to the mitigation wall because it is, nobody likes to talk about what happens on either end of it. I know what it's intended to do, but I remember the first time I drove on the island, you could see where seawalls were and the massive washout that occurred on the ends of those seawalls. And it was terribly destructive. So this is a bit of time away. That is a concern to me. John, I'm going to tell you something else that really concerns me about this. And I know you haven't gotten up there, but I'm going to tell you. So in the old Holiday Inn or Wyndham, to me it was always the Holiday Inn because that's what it was for me, and all of the noise, all of the entertainment value was surrounded by buildings except on the front side of the beach, and this isn't. And so that noise impact, I think, is going to be tremendous on the adjacent properties. It's a big concern for me. I think you've addressed the parking issue because that was one of the things that got raised quite a few times, at least to me personally, and in some of the emails, it got raised about the parking, the increase in parking, how it will be managed, and what the impact will be to surrounding properties. But I'll leave the rest of my questions for later in the process.
To address the potential noise, go ahead.
John, you have to say that now at the
Hi,
microphone.
I'm John Callis. How are you?
Nice to see you.
FMBH LLC. As far as the sound goes, I've dealt with this in other projects, and there are sound curtains you can put up. I've had to do them for pickleball courts, I've had to do them for bars. So there are ways to mitigate that. And at the old Holiday Inn, that sound bounced off those buildings like crazy. Just to let you know, it actually kind of did worse. So there are ways that you can mitigate that sound and that bass reflex with sound curtains. And again, if you go up to my project in Fort Myers, they're there now, and it's to mitigate that pickleball because it is crazy loud. So just to let you know, so there are products that can alleviate that.
Okay. Anything else, Patrick, for the moment? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, Jason, we'll come back to you. Do you want to add more than your introduction?
But just as short, right? Just as short. Yeah, so I'll just cover a couple brief things. I had mentioned, and I think Patrick actually mentioned it too, is the conditions are also some thought comments, maybe some of them more so than a fully fleshed out condition. And part of that is because of the way the code is written with regard to phasing. And all of that outcome and the verbiage for those conditions are 100% based on what ultimately your recommendation comes. So that's one thing. So there's an exhibit that was included in the packet, Exhibit E, Outstanding Issues,
Yes.
that also addresses and is trying to identify some of those things that just are not spelled out in the DA portion, but revert you back to the code and yada, yada, yada. So we'll have to address those. A couple responses to some of the things that I heard today, just now, part of the presentation. The code actually requires the landscaping to be on the outside of a fence. So that it would be the landscaping and then a fencing. What type of fencing is up to you and your recommendation of what you want to require.
Which side's the outside?
The adjacent to
line.
residential or a neighbor is so it's at the edge of the property's landscaping, and then any fencing would be interior to the applicant's land, not fencing on the outside and then landscaping inside.
Okay, so
They can
some-
ask for that, and you could approve that switch, but typically it's landscaping on the outside and then fencing on the inside.
Okay.
That does always, I've seen it, you've probably driven up and down the road and seen master developments all over Florida. How do they get access to that landscaping that's outside the fence? That's something they'll have to figure out, whether it's a gate or what have you, to get appropriate access. Obviously, they're not going to be able to get it from the neighbor to maintain that landscaping, but that's just an operational thing. The site, we are not necessarily accepting that the access gate or any future access gate complies with town codes. They're representative on the site plan. They would have to be consistent with the town regulations and also consistent with whatever Lee County requires, since Estero Boulevard is theirs. One thing that I'll take the fault for not noticing this, on the site plan, and you guys brought it up with the beach access, and this is a general statement, beach access being offered by an applicant needs to really be conditioned to go to the mean high water line. So most of the time, your site plans are showing and being reflective of where development stops, or sometimes where a wave mitigation wall might be, or what have you. And we ran into this issue with a couple sites from a couple years ago, without the actual access and right all the way to the mean high water line. There's a chance that legally somebody could argue you stop where the easement stops, and you no longer have public access beyond that. So it defeats the purpose. And that's what you run into here. You would run into private land after the edge there. So I would say that's kind of a general statement for most developments, to be thinking about that going all the way down to ensure that full public access. And then I think time is going to be a big thing. Their music and the noise times are offered by the applicant. They are not conditioned. So we can make that a condition if those are the times that you're agreeable to. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Jason at the moment? All right. Sir, it's your turn.
So we're limited in
Oh, wait,
time.
don't say anything until you're at the microphone. That's okay. You want to make sure you're on the record.
Well, I'm not as polished as some of the people before. That's okay. My name's Larry Galeen. I'm the president of San Caper Condominium Association at 6900 Estero Boulevard. We're immediately adjacent to the old Wyndham Hotel property where the proposed development is going to be put in. I represent the board of directors of the association, and many, if not most, of the owners on the property and many other owners in properties around us. We're supportive of the restaurant and bar facilities at the property and support the establishment of a permanent pedestrian beach access for the south end of the residence, as well as vehicular access for town and emergency vehicles. However, we do not believe that the proposed development at 6890 Estero, the former Wyndham Hotel, is in keeping with the FMB Comprehensive Development Plan. And it does not adhere to the current zoning ordinances. That's why they're asking for some of these exceptions. We're specifically concerned with the size of the parking facilities, numerous requested zoning variances and setbacks and buffer zones and coastal construction line. Also concerned about the construction of the wave barrier. I'm going to be turning over the presentation to Mr. Max Forgy for a discussion of our concerns with the comprehensive plan for land development, and then I have some comments after that. I've got these all written down. I'm going to probably just be reading them to stay within the time limit. And you know, I
I note the legal challenge to maybe some of the statements I'm going to make. They may not be perfectly within the comprehensive development plan. We had a week to present something. We didn't get a lawyer hired for this, so we may not be perfect on everything.
Don't you worry about that.
Okay.
You're fine.
I'm also not an expert.
You're fine.
Okay.
You're fine.
Very good. Max?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Larry. Good. Or do I do it here?
Next.
Just say the word next.
Next? Next.
There you go.
Great.
It's magic.
I had no idea. Max Fordy, doing business as Fordy Planning LLC. I have been sworn. My resume is on file. I have been recognized as an expert 4 or 5 times in the past in this jurisdiction. And I want to address 7 items in your comprehensive plan which are inconsistent with the proposed development, in addition to a couple of other items which Larry's going to raise. Objective FLU 1A, small town character. Your comp plan says maintain the small town character of Fort Myers Beach and the pedestrian-oriented public realm that allows people to move throughout the island without the need of cars, even in the midst of peak season congestion. The proposed development would include plus or minus 237 parking spaces and 10 golf cart spaces per the application page 14. This does not promote small town character. It does not create a pedestrian-oriented public realm, and it does not diminish the need of cars in the vicinity. Next policy is FLU 1A2, encourage pedestrian-oriented public amenities. Quote, the town of Fort Myers Beach values its vibrant economy and walkable commercial areas. Through this plan, the town will ensure that new commercial activities, when allowed, will contribute to the pedestrian-oriented public realm. To the extent that a public realm is created by the proposed development, it would not be pedestrian-oriented. I want to say that one of the great things about the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan is it has very strong statements of what values the previous town council was trying to inculcate. This is an example. The next 2 policies, I've never encountered this before, are the strongest.
We try to be original.
I'm really excited about those. The next 2 policies are the strongest justifications for denial of this application. Policy FLU 1A5, parking. The town shall explore opportunities to provide innovative parking solutions on the island to meet future demands. The town shall maximize efficient use of land, minimize gaps in the urban landscape, and improve urban form by encouraging redevelopment of existing surface parking lots, discouraging creation of new surface lots, consolidating parking in strategically located parking structures, and managing parking as a system. The town's general policy is to discourage new surface parking lots, to develop strategically located parking structures, and to manage parking as a system. The proposed 237 spaces, more or less, would accomplish none of those directives. 237 spaces means a lot more than 237 people. Nobody drives to the beach by themselves. The number in the car is usually double that and sometimes much more. Unlike the persons who park their vehicles at a motel or a resort where vehicles typically remain parked all day, there will be plenty of churn. This is going to be a lot of activity. The second most important policy is policy FLU 1B, 2B, the definition of medium residential. Quote, designed for subdivisions with mixed housing types on smaller lots, newer high-rise buildings, and mobile homes and RV parks. This category will ensure that Fort Myers Beach retains a variety of neighborhoods and housing types. Commercial activities are appropriate primarily along Estero Boulevard and must be sensitive to nearby residential uses. I'll skip the rest of that one. This is the future land use map designation on the subject property. We agree that there is a public realm aspect to the proposal, but the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, as the town's adopted vision of its land use future, is medium residential, and residential uses should be assumed to be the central theme. The public realm must be developed in a manner that is harmonious with the existing residential uses. This can be achieved with the collaboration of the town council and the LPA to guarantee that the public generated activities, their lights, noise, odors, windborne litter, and other sites and activities do not clash with the use and enjoyment of the neighbors, and more specifically can be enforced and implemented with minimal response by residential neighbors. The remaining policies are policy FLU 1B3, which specifies that mixed-use boulevard and pedestrian commercial future land use designations are where the comprehensive plan envisions the most commercial activity. Policy FLU 1B4, land use types defined, gives a definition of what residential use includes, and it does not include a parking lot of 237 spaces. And policy FLU 1C3, commercial locations, going through this rather quickly. In the medium residential category, commercial uses are limited to lower impact uses, such as offices, motels, and public uses, and must be sensitive to nearby residential uses. And item 5, when evaluating requests for new commercial uses, shopping and services that contribute to the pedestrian character of the town are strongly preferred over buildings designed primarily for vehicular access. I want to, before I yield back to Mr. Gilleen, we believe that we have presented sufficient comprehensive plan-based evidence for denial of this application as proposed. Mr. Gilleen?
All right, so there are several items. Could we go to the next page, please? Thank you. Several items I'd like to comment on. One of them is in zoning and related items like that. Commercial zoning for commercial resort. in the code says that the purpose of CR zoning is to designate certain suitable locations for motels, resorts, and related services, and that in the CR zoning district, allowable uses are defined in table 34-2. And in 34.2, we look at the definition of a resort as a mixed-use facility that accommodates transient guests and vacationers as well as long-term residents. Resorts contain at least one hotel, motel with at least 50 units, which include combination of dwelling units, guest units, and may include timeshare units, and provide food service, outdoor recreational activities, and/or conference facilities for their guests. So it doesn't meet the code to have this here where you have no primary structure and you have a series of accessory structures. Now, I know that's what the application is trying to do, is to establish that you can have a bunch of accessory structures without a primary structure. But our preference is to have, you know, the old hotel there as it is. The setbacks and buffers, we're asking for a variance to the, they're asking for variances to buffers developing on the property. They're asking for variances to fit more cars into the parking lot. We're in opposition to both of those things. There are not a lot of businesses there on the island in that area that need valet parking. And we can't see that, you know, short of having another hotel there, that there is going to be much difficulty in using the parking they have without valet parking. Coastal construction line, we're concerned about. They've shoved everything right up against the coastal construction line to make more room for parking. If they shove everything back 30 feet, they don't have to go over the coastal construction line. And so that ends up allowing them to do what they would like to do without as many parking spots, but without having to go over the coastal construction line. The wave barrier we're very concerned about. It's been mentioned already. You see the development that was done down at Leonardo Arms, and when Milton came in, the associations on both sides were heavily hit. And so we're concerned about the impact of that wave barrier upon our property, upon the wildlife area that's there, and upon the berm that we've spent so much money on to put up and down in front of that area. In the comments that I've given to you, there are comments about the beach and wildlife area, hours and noise, live amplified music from 10 a.m. in the morning is not in keeping with residential areas. We tell our people to use earbuds or earphones, you know, at the pool and on their lanais. We liked having the music there in the evening, but it was buffered by the building. And we didn't hear it when we closed our doors. I can't believe that 10 in the morning is not going to be ending up with some difficulties for our properties. The rest of my comments are written out for you. Could I have an extension just to put a summary in, please?
You know what, Mr. Galeen? You'll have another 3 minutes when I open the public hearing.
Okay, I can wait.
Just hold tight.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you both very much. Okay. Let's open the public hearing. Sure. Patrick?
We can either rebut now or wait till after the public comment
Why
period.
don't you wait until after the, see what else we have. So, is there anybody here who'd like to speak in public hearing? Yes, sir. Come on up. State, when you get to the microphone, tell me if you were sworn in and what your name is.
Yes, I was sworn in.
And your name?
Ed Correa.
Nice to meet you.
As I always say, Ed, 2 Eds are better than one. I'm a butter, so I got a copy of this to come here. And I'm very much in favor of Burt's Bar. I've been living on, I've owned on a condo across the street from Burt's Bar for the past 22 years. but I've lived full-time here for the last 14. Although one of those years I was working remote because I was sick of the cold up in Boston. So, and I haven't regretted my move down here. The only problem we have is that there's no restaurants or bars on this side of the beach or the island. And the only one we have is Legno, which is a very good restaurant, but it's very good fresh pasta. But that's the only one around here. We really need to have food that we can get here easily. There was mention that 180 people from Sanderac and 100 people from Estero Cove are in favor of this. What we also found out was, well, there was another 192 in the area that I'm in. I'm in one condo with 5 other condos for 192 people. And Candy Figueroa had sent a note saying that. So there's more support than what I'm hearing here for this project. We really need to have Burt's Bar opened up. It's a big loss not having it. I see no big intrusion. What I saw before versus what is being proposed is very similar. I would suggest that we get going on this and do it very quickly because we have no other place here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much. Would anybody else like to speak? Come on up. I was going to say, I don't think you stood up. Okay.
All right, so
That's okay.
whatever.
No problem.
If
No
you'll raise
problem.
your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It is, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so, my name is Ina Bartolucci, and, well, we've owned for 27 years. We've come and gone, and now we're here basically, well, we've been here now a couple, 2-3 years, basically permanently. Anyway, I will make this short and sweet. With all due respect, this is as low-key as it can get. The parking, I get, but again, I know whatever, but that parking lot has never, ever been absolutely full to capacity, even during the, the sand sculptures. It's been full, it's been kind of whatever, but it's been manageable. I've never seen it like an overflow with back traffic on the boulevard, whatever. So, given that, and there's always been music, so I don't see a difference, and I see it as something we need. That's about it.
Well, thank you very much. You did a good job.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Mr. Galeen? Come on back up.
All right, I'll quickly get to the summary here. Visitor volume substantially different than the former Wyndham Hotel. Although limited public parking may have been available in the past, vast majority of the parking served the hotel guests who typically arrived once and remained at the hotel, parked for extended period of times. Public parking facilities generate repeated vehicle turnover through the day, resulting in significantly greater traffic volumes and different visitor counts. So you have increased traffic, vehicle circulation through neighborhoods, increased pressure on nearby parking facilities, greater pedestrian activity, and increased demands for law enforcement, traffic control, parking enforcement, emergency vehicles, things like that. I did not mention this before, but we have concerns about dogs on the beach. They're running unleashed at this point. We've seen them running through the Little Estero wildlife area, chasing the birds. And there's just not a lot of control at times on that. So we would appreciate it if this development had a no pet policy like they have at Bonita Beach. This is going to become the largest parking lot in the entire island. In summary, the current plan is not built for Fort Myers Beach residents. It's built to draw in outsiders from outside the area. It used to be people who would come for a week and stay there. Now it's going to be a significant number of people coming in. I think that they could move this back away from the coastal construction line. I'm concerned about the wave wall that could go in and could cause harm to our property in a hurricane. We've invested with the expectation that properties identified as medium density residential are going to remain so, according to the plan. We understand that the developers may argue that this enhances the public realm. That's one opinion to be argued. We believe it's to the detriment of the public realm, and we're in opposition to it because it's in opposition to the FMB development plan to have transient parking at this volume. We also believe the plan is not legally in compliance with the zoning ordinances, and that's why the exception is being asked. But we do ask for a no vote on this. We think that it could be significantly changed. We would like to have the food, we'd like to have the beverage, we'd like to cut down on the volume of parking that goes with that, down to what's necessary for that, and then be able to have a better buffer zone between us and that. Thank you.
Would you all mind if I ask Mr. Galina a question?
Sure.
So you want a better buffer,
Yes.
you want less parking, but what you really want is parking for the facility
Yes.
only.
Yes.
So you don't want any public parking.
Would rather not.
Okay. And what was the third one?
Well, I don't know, I was
Well-
just going off.
I just wanted to be clear.
The wave wall.
The wave mitigation wall.
Significantly, it's being put in there to expand the COP.
No, the wave well, okay. I will,
I mean,
all right.
you can move that if you're gonna do a wave, why do you put it 30 feet out from the coastal construction line? Why not move everything back 30 feet? Well, because you don't have as much parking.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on your points.
I'd rather not have that wall go all the way out to our property line because of the destruction that we've seen on the edges of something like that, like at Leonardo Arms.
Yes, sir. Now I understand. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
All right.
Appreciate it. Okay. Patrick, you have, or Megan, do you have clarifications?
Yes, we do have a rebuttal. We'd like to address a few issues. I'll touch upon the wave mitigation wall as the first item, just because we just finished with that. The wave dissipation wall does not change the coastal construction line, setback line. It would be part of an entire armature system for the beach. So we do have berms, we've got dunes. This is another layer of protection. Again, the intent is to create a more resilient community, be able to address impacts from major storms. This does not change the coastal construction line in any way. It doesn't bring us further towards the water. Also, point was, why are we not putting the building closer to Estero? The reason is, this has always been a beach venue. People want a beach venue. People want to be close to the sand. That is why we are locating the building there. So with regards to the comprehensive plan policies that Mr. Forgy has identified, we have those same policies identified in our packet. And we have a very different interpretation than Mr. Forgy, and we demonstrate and justify how we meet all those requirements. So just to touch upon a few, again, it's in your packet. We go into a lot of detail, and staff has also supported that we are consistent with the comp plan. So professional planning opinion here, professional planning opinion there also. So from a small town, the small town policy that talks about a pedestrian access and a pedestrian realm, I can see where someone would look at Estero and the Boulevard section in that area, and they would think that it was very, very much geared towards the automobile. What someone that is not a resident feels to understand is that we have so many condos and so many people visiting from out of state in those condos. And there is a ton of pedestrian activity in that area going to Santini, bicycle activity. And those people will continue to walk to this venue just like they always have. We are providing a multi-use pathway. Again, promotes bike ped activity, promotes the pedestrian realm. We do have a bus stop right in front of the property. Again, promotes alternative modes. We are not, we as a property owner cannot change people's behaviors and driving patterns. What we can do is we can put certain things in place that will encourage bike ped activity. So again, we've got bike racks, we've got golf carts, we've got not only the multi-use path on the southern end, we have a sidewalk that crosses through the property. With regards to the assertion that we are in the medium residential category and that it's really focused on residential, what Mr. Forgy omitted to explain is medium, the medium residential category, the new category, used to be our mixed residential. And I'm sure you guys remember the extent of that mixed residential on the beach. It's very pervasive, very large areas. What wasn't explained is that the mixed-use nodes, the mixed-use districts are a subset of that larger, broader category. And while we want residential in some of those areas, the mixed-use nodes identify the need and the desire for a mix of uses, higher intensities, higher densities, and more intense commercial uses. So again, you have to look at the policies in context. We are in a proper district for this type of use, and again, something that is supported by staff. With regards to, again, the size of the facility, the amount of parking, as I explained at length, we are pretty much replacing what was existing. The COP area, which encompasses the pool deck, the old tiki, was 31,000 feet plus or minus. We are asking for 32,000 square feet. So again, very consistent from the type of use and the amount, the intensity of use. Also, with regards to the parking, we had plus or minus 200 spaces previously. We were asking for 237. And keep in mind that most of the parking that we are providing is code required. The code requires that parking. So the additional parking that we have that is above and beyond code is for joint use parking. And again, on many projects, as a town, as an advisory body and as a council, there's a lot of discussion about parking reductions that have been approved. And how do we address parking, and do we have a parking challenge? I'm not sure that we have all the answers and that we know exactly where we stand from a parking standpoint. But I think in a lot of people's minds, we need some solutions. This is a private sector property owner providing a solution, providing a spot for joint use parking. And this is not a public parking. This is not somewhere where people can park and go to the beach. This is going to be for entities that have joint parking agreements that can demonstrate those agreements and provide proof to the town that there's an agreement in place, and those areas would be valet only. So again, the area that is not valet is code required. The other area is valet only for joint parking only. There was also discussion that previously the parking was mostly for hotel guests. So again, I look at how many hotel units existed, 103. And I'm sure that that means that some people do not use a car when they come there. So, and we had 200 parking spaces. So there has always been additional parking for the residents, for guests, for visitors. So as mentioned, we are trying to replace existing uses that have been there for decades and coexisted harmoniously with the neighbors. And again, as explained, we have overwhelmingly presented that the neighbors support this project. Again, over 360 units are represented in those letters from the associations, and this gentleman just said that probably an additional 191 units are also in support. Barbara Puffer, that many of you know, did talk on behalf of her association, the 180 units at Estero Cove, but Estero Cove is in touch with all the condos back there. And every year they put a block party. They invite over 600 units to that block party. We were invited to go this year. We went this year. We got nothing but support. The association presented the old flag that used to be on the site that they salvaged after the storm. They presented it to Mr. Callis, and they told him that they can't wait for that flag to be back up there and for the business to be back in operation. So again, we understand that some people are going to be concerned. Again, we are putting back uses that coexisted, that were there before. So with that said, that kind of wraps it up for me. I don't know if you've got anything else to touch upon.
I think I don't think that I have anything to follow up on. We appreciate everybody's time. We do ask to take the public comment into consideration, the weight, and identify that there is a much larger support than there is opposition. We understand that they have their own concerns, of which they're entitled to voice to you. But Patrick has, as well as his staff, has exemplified why this development agreement is consistent with the land development code regulations, why it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, both old as well as new. And there is vast, competent, substantial evidence to support this development agreement before you all.
Thank you, Megan. Okay, Dawn, do you have any questions?
No, I really don't.
Okay. Ed, questions for staff, for the applicant?
No questions.
Jim?
Yeah, I have a number of comments. I guess to start with, these development agreements have become something different than what we intended when we first discussed and asked council to approve this. They were intended for, the small mom and pops, but they've evolved into what they are. I guess I'll just go through. On page 97, I think that having some language attached to this bollard and rope on the COP area, something along the lines of no alcohol beyond this point, or some kind of notice would be appropriate. On page 98, I think.
That was 97?
Jim, if you'd like,
Yeah.
we have the entire thing in our PowerPoint. I don't know if it helps the public to pull up those pages and look at that exact language.
Yes, please.
It's really up to you. So if whoever is manning the PowerPoint,
Eric, page 97, can you pull that up, please?
it would be in the supplemental slides in the back. And we may not have the right page. We just copied and pasted the whole thing into PowerPoint. But if you tell us what section, we could pull that up.
Oh, that'll be difficult.
You want me to go through that if they can't follow it? Page 97, it would be,
If we could get I'm sorry to interrupt. If we can get the PowerPoint up, I have the development agreement with the page numbers here as well, so I can identify which section you're looking at.
But what Amy's saying is that Eric doesn't have the page numbers.
Oh, no, it's okay. We have, if you go,
Yes, but it's not okay for the public, Megan.
If you can show it.
Yeah.
okay. Now I'll revert back to the next. Okay, can we go next? Next. Next. It's 60. Next. 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 Okay. I believe that was the first one that you were referencing, and that is on page 97 of 189 in the packet, section 60.
and it would be item D, where I'm suggesting that some sort of notice or signage, the proposal is just some bollard and ropes and giving the public notice about what's not allowed beyond those areas. Next would be page 98, where we're talking about parking landscaping. In that area, we're talking about mulch and bushes in a parking lot. I think that there's the ability that cars and people and rain will wash away the bushes, drive over these things, that perhaps including some larger containers or portable pots with some larger plants could bring not only definition to the parking areas, but also potentially some shade and some relief to the visual part of it.
Can we go next slide, please? Okay.
Next to
Yeah.
last one.
That's the parking internal landscaping.
Yeah. that one,
Page 100,
It's up there.
the discussion is, the 237 cars and 10 golf carts could have a significant impact on Estero. As was pointed out, there's going to be turnover. Before any phase work would be done, I think we should have that a traffic study would be completed, and any recommendations in that traffic study would be built before any phase 2 improvements would be occupiable.
I believe that's a staff recommendation as well. Can we go forward, please? Next. I think probably 2 or 3 slides. 7F.
Page 102, item 15, governmental agencies that need permitting. I think Lee County Highway Department needs to be added there in case the traffic study indicates that you need a deceleration lane or left turn only lanes. Page 102, and 103 was the list of what were perceived to be amenities or public improvements. We've had this discussion before under the new comp plan. Any code required requirements such as landscaping, sidewalk setbacks are not public improvements. Therefore, these lists should be segregated into their respective categories. Amenities should be separated from what is a public benefit.
Yep. And that section for members of the public, page 102, is section 16, which lists out all of the conditions of approval.
Yeah, right. Page 104, on deviation number 1, the suggestion would be that there would be some sort of hard surface transition area where the ingresses are, or the egresses are, help alleviate gravel from being tracked onto Estero Boulevard.
That will be standard.
A couple other comments. I think that somewhere we should have language in here that sound mitigation needs to be included, not just limiting to decibels and hours of operation.
I have that down.
And a comment that a letter from the association president is only representing one person, unless it has taken board action on it. So these letters, I don't know if they represent one person, just the board, or the whole membership without a vote. It doesn't need rebuttal, Pat. It's just a comment.
No problem.
However, I do have two, to me, they're important concerns, and that is in phase 2. The overnight parking, there is no hotel, there is no restaurant looking for any overflow parking. If the applicant wants these conditions, to me, it makes sense. Let them come back in the future when they have a specific user. Overnight parking, was eliminated in the final request when we approved Access 26 food truck park. The statement that you want overnight parking and a valet seem at odds, because if there's a hotel and is there going to be a valet available 24 hours a day? You can't say how a hotel is going to operate. And when we talked about it, when I met with you, you said, well, there'll be a gate that can use a ticket. Well, if you have overnight parking and somebody parks their car and then they're at the hotel, what's to prevent them from coming and going whenever they want, creating traffic and noise in the neighborhood? And my last comment is on page 106.
Wait, Jen, can I go back to the overnight? Do you have a problem with the shared parking agreements? Or you don't like that, do you not like that as well? Or is it just the overnight parking?
No, it's the overnight parking, I think it's premature until they have a user.
Okay.
Let me get to page 106. On 106, paragraph D, we have the language that the property owner and developer retains the right for commercial resort consistent with the LDC and the 2045 comprehensive plan and/or building permit. But then the language, without the need for a public hearing, I think is unacceptable. The public should always have the ability to comment on, whether it's a variance, whether it's a CPD, to ask the town to eliminate the need for a public hearing without even knowing what's being requested, and I find unacceptable.
I completely understand. Can I explain, or should we move on?
I'll explain.
It would just be pursuant to a building permit. If somebody were to be coming in and saying, we're going to be completely consistent with the land development code, not asking for any setbacks, buffers, the likelihood of that occurring is gonna be slim to none. But it's just like any other property owner that says, I don't need a setback, I don't need a variance, I'm gonna comply with everything that's contained in the land development code as is. If you would prefer for that to be removed, we could discuss it, but it's not intended by any means to say we are trying to avoid public hearings or applications or.
It's a good explanation.
Additionally, the site plans that are approved as part of this DA
Yes.
limits what we can do. Anything additional, as I mentioned, we need to amend the development agreement through a public hearing process, but we have to extinguish the development agreement and come back in with a CPD or straight zoning.
But without that language, if it's a building permit and it needs no public hearing, there's not one required. But if you have any other variance or any other portion of an application that does, I don't think it should be prevented. The public,
Agreed.
there should be a public hearing.
We're not
100%.
saying any different.
Then you wouldn't object to removing that language?
We can certainly modify it. I'll have to read it again. We can certainly modify it to make it
Okay.
clear that this is not in an attempt to remove any public hearing
Okay.
situation.
And those are my comments.
Thank you, Jim. Jane, questions, comments?
One concern that I was thinking through was the restrooms. Would they be locked down at time of closing? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's it for me right now.
Okay. Doug, questions?
No, I'm good.
No? How about you, Jim?
Jason? So,
It sounded like you're going to be in trouble, Jason.
Wait, which ones?
yeah, you're right. It's been represented that you and Patrick are in alignment on the comprehensive plan conditions being met. Can you comment on that, so you're on the record with that?
Yeah, I think the staff report says there's portions of the application and requests that are in alignment, such as uses with the comprehensive plan and the zoning districts, essentially. I would go as far as say every detail is consistent with the comprehensive plan, because again, some of it's depending on how you interpret a policy and then the conditions that go with that and the timing, those types of things.
Just wanted you to have a chance to put yourself on the
Sure.
record with that,
Yep.
alignment with the neighborhood company.
Yeah, generally speaking, with the commercial nature of what was here and what's been designated in the future land use, I would go as far as say that, yes.
Very good, thank you.
I added Jim's comments to my list here, but I am going to tell you what I'd like to see as conditions. I'd like there to be some sort of signage, something that indicates no beach parking. So this is parking for this restaurant or bar. I agree with Mr. Galeen. I don't think that the buffer between either sides of the residential multifamily condominiums should be minimized in any way. In fact, increased if at all possible. And what I don't know, because I couldn't visualize it, is you go from, it says 15 and then it says 30, and you've taken 20 to go the whole length, right? So is that, would you say that that's an improvement, or it diminishes it? I don't want to diminish any kind of
No,
buffer.
it definitely enhances it. So there's a portion when parking abuts parking that you do not have to provide a buffer.
Right.
And we are providing a buffer, so that's an enhancement. And again, I think the 20-foot buffer is going to provide more vegetation. If it's not supported, we'll go to 15 feet, put a wall. But now you're going to have a situation where we have a wall and a fence, and we have less landscaping. We again, the reason I was cautiously optimistic from the beginning, the cautious portion was, it feels sometimes like no good deeds go unpunished. And
Oh, Patrick.
I understand the comments, But we've worked very hard in trying to address these issues, and.
I believe you have. I'm just trying to address the concerns that have been raised to me and raised here today. And so that was my question, since I'm a visual person, since I can't visualize this 20-foot type F buffer, I'm asking you to say for the record that it is a better, bigger buffer than you would normally be required.
Yes.
It is, okay.
For the portion abutting parking to parking.
Parking to parking,
And-
but not the
And for the
portion.
rest of the portion, it can either be a 15-foot buffer, 15 wide with a wall, with less landscaping, or it could be a 30-foot wide with no wall, with more landscaping. We are proposing 20 feet with
Landscaping.
the enhanced landscaping,
And a
but
fence.
instead of all,
And
the
the fence.
fence.
Okay.
So we think it's a better buffer.
Okay, do you all agree with him?
Yeah, I do.
Now,
I think it's a much
the
better-
problem or question with landscaping is, you know, you can put in a plant this big, and you can put in a plant, you said taller than the fence.
But what the code calls for is very clear amounts of shrubs
It
and
does.
trees. We need to meet that requirement.
I
So
don't know
when
what
we
type
s-
F is. What is F?
When
Can
we
you tell me what
say
F
type
is?
F, I would have to pull it up in the land development code, but
Yeah.
we
Does
will
it-
meet the exact plan.
Does
calls
F
for
have a
type F on
height
it.
to it, or just a type?
I mean, it sounds like a silly detail, but in the end, it's not a silly detail, you know?
No, it's-
Okay, while Jason's
above.
looking for that, we've talked about the sound curtains, and I appreciate you bringing that up. John, I'd like it to be a condition that you must put in sound curtains, not just we could put in sound curtains, that there must be some sort of sound curtains. Would you agree to that? You can just nod. He would say absolutely. Okay. You said that the restrooms would be locked at night. And the attended parking, can you tell me, is the attended parking during all operating hours? Yes. The attended parking is during operating hours, okay? Every day that you're open.
Should he come up to the thing?
Yeah, can you come up, John? Because you have said yes to the sound curtains.
Yes.
Yes, that the restrooms are locked at night, that there would be attended parking during all operating hours.
That's correct.
And that, would you agree to the no beach parking somehow signage about that?
What I would like to do, I'm sorry to interrupt, is if we could get everybody's comments and proposed conditions.
Well, I'm the last one.
Okay. then
You've
we
got
can
them
go
all,
back
yeah.
And start.
And I've written down what everybody else has said, so I could go over it with you. You want me to start at the top?
No, I take really good notes.
I bet you do. That's what you should do
I'd
there.
actually like to add something if I could.
Please, go
Madam
right
Chair.
ahead.
If you're the parking, you're gonna have to actually be open before and after your business hours. I mean, if your place closes at 9 and the the parking attendant can't just leave, there's gonna be people that are still there milling about until at least 9:30, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that's fairly accurate. I mean, it's just the way we ran it before, right? So we do a really good job of getting people out of there. The beach parking, I can't control if someone goes to the beach. What I can do is I can charge them and then give them obviously some kind of coupon to go use it.
But John, if there was a sign or something that said no beach parking, this parking is exclusively for Bert's Bar, then that says to somebody clever, as soon as they know how this works, they're gonna go there, they're gonna go and get their drink, and then they're gonna go sit down and go to the beach or whatever. But you've eliminated half of the congestion that adjacent properties are super concerned about.
Right.
I mean, really concerned about.
Yeah, if you want us to put a sign up, we can put a sign up, but if people go there, I can't.
Understood, yeah.
I
can't
just want you to make an attempt to
Sure. Yeah, I don't have any
eliminate that.
problem.
Okay, so Ed, are you saying that you would like the attended parking to be an hour before and an hour after the operating hours?
Well, I would leave it up to them, but it has to be at least a half an hour.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna leave, right? Oh, it's 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Get your car,
And the
we're
attendant's
towing you.
gone.
Yeah.
Last call, I just got my drink, I gotta finish it.
I have a question, though. Is the attendant parking, that's just for the 90 spaces that are like designated
No, that's
No,
for the
no,
two.
Is that for all of it?
That's for
Initially,
all
it'll
of the
be for
parking.
all the spaces.
All parking,
The
okay.
thing is, once you close, no one's coming in, right? Everyone's going out, so there's really no need for it done and done, but, you know, again, when we close a property, we did this all the time, we make everyone leave. And we don't want the liability, people staying there late. I've done this for years and years. It's a terrible thing after 9 o'clock.
Should be easy then to put a designation in there, the attendant will remain on duty until the last vehicle has left the parking lot.
Yeah, that would be it.
That could be your policy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but someone could be overserved, leave their car there. I can't, that's, I can't.
Well, then it becomes overnight parking.
No, it's,
Well-
unfortunately, that may happen. Because, you know, I can't.
Let's be aspirational, John. Let's be aspirational and cautiously hopeful, as Patrick wants to be here. What we're trying to do is put up some guardrails as much as possible for impact to the adjacent neighbors who are not supportive of your project, to give them some comfort that maybe this will be okay. And so if you'll agree to that, I think that could possibly help.
Yeah, sure, I'm gonna try to mitigate any
Okay.
type of transient parking, going to the beach. It's not in my best interest, right?
No,
Oh,
it
yeah,
certainly
right.
isn't. Okay, and what about the beach access for the duration of the development agreement to the mean high water line? So somebody can walk all the way down your property because
That's your
the-
property.
It's
You
your
can give
property,
that.
so that the effect is that people say, oh, you've got beach access, but it ends here. And it's just, it's a technicality, but it's something that you really need to say, that somebody can traverse your property all the way down to the water.
Yeah, they can do, but do I need to provide some type of?
No, you
Conduit
just,
to
you
get
just
down there?
need to say that
Need to agree.
that beach access is to the mean high.
Yes.
Instead of just saying beach access,
No, no.
beach,
Absolutely.
okay?
Jason was gonna comment.
Jason?
Hey, just to chime in. So they can, and if they want to revise it before the council, but typically it's a designated area for the width that they're calling for, just all that way. It's not the entire property usually.
No,
It's an
just the
easement,
access.
and generally it's an
Right.
easement. So the vehicle is, we go through the DO process. We did this with Margaritaville and some others. They show that hatching of where that is along the entire property, and then they present to the town the legal instrument, which gets reviewed by the town attorney and planning and some others to ensure that it's legally sufficient, and then gets recorded as part of all those approvals. So that's what we would look for.
Okay, since I'm holding you hostage here. Jim's suggestion about larger containers or portable plants or something in the parking lot would certainly improve the aesthetics of it and and is that a yes?
No, I said yes, it would improve the aesthetics. I think we gotta dig down and see what's available when we get there. But yeah, that's certainly, it's actually probably a cheaper idea for me anyways. But, and that might be a support structure for rope and ballards that we can connect to. So it's actually a very good idea.
Kind of like what's at Villa Santini with the blue pots.
Yep, yep. So would that be yes? Because I'm talking about conditions here.
I'd have to talk to an engineer, make sure I can do it. You know, there's a lot of ropes, a lot of road to cover before I know I can do it. So we gotta go to Southwest Water Management, we gotta make sure we're controlling all our water. I don't know how what they do with those structures. I will do everything in my power to make it as attractive as possible. That's the whole idea. I'm gonna try to make it feel like you've gone somewhere, you know, some kind of.
But if you're allowed to, if you're allowed to, you're not opposed to it.
If I'm allowed to do it, I'm not opposed to it.
If you're allowed to do it, you will do it. Is that what you're saying?
If I'm allowed to, I'm not opposed to it.
Okay. Jim also suggested that a traffic study be completed before Phase 2 is built with any suggestions included in your Phase 2.
That is one of staff's current,
It is.
Yeah,
Jason
so
has it.
that's because of the nature of the phasing, but then also you have other uses being asked for from a entitlement perspective that are
Yep.
not represented on the phases. Typically, we require a traffic study or updated study with any additional phases or any incremental or increase in development. So even later on, all approvals have to do additional traffic studies, I'll put it that way.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay. Adding lead DOT to your government agencies.
That's fine. That's a good
Yep,
idea.
yep. You know, we've talked about this a lot. That gym and this gym did a great presentation about amenities versus public benefits. You're calling them all public benefits. We would not. We would call some of them amenities. There is a public benefit about the access to the beach. That's a public benefit, but it should probably be delineated.
Just to clarify, if you look at the language used in the development agreement, we do not call them benefits. We
What
put
did you call them?
commitments and conditions of approval.
Commitments and conditions. Well, that's clever.
Because we knew
Uh-huh.
this was an issue.
Yeah, it's important to us.
Somebody's been paying attention,
It's very important to
Patrick.
us. Okay. I didn't think about this, but this was a good addition here, that, adding the hard surface transition to Estero Boulevard, because you're right, you pull out and what do you think about that, John or Patrick?
We agree with that, and I think that's code. The proper term is an apron. Aprons are required.
apron.
Yeah.
So
An
that,
apron.
that would be staff's question, is that the intent? So from the property line to the edge of pavement of the street, Lee County designates and regulates that apron essentially, which typically is concrete or some other hard surface. So if that's the intent, that's fine, but is it the intent of that or beyond that on a drive aisle that was intended by the suggestion?
Well, I don't know. Jim?
So I just
What
clarification.
Jason said?
I was talking to Ed.
Listen to what Jim.
So Lee County will require an apron of some type, whether it's concrete, asphalt, typically it's concrete. It's their standards for their right-of-way. What my question was, is that what you intended for the portion that goes from the edge of pavement of the road to the property line, which is Lee County right-of-way? Or was it also to have an additional service beyond that onto the property, like a drive aisle for a few feet in as such? Is it an
It would
additional?
be, my intent was further into the property
Okay.
because where we have that now, the area that is in the right-of-way isn't sufficient to stop the gravel from getting out onto Estero.
Right, and I think you also get deterioration between that concrete
do.
and that, so.
Yeah.
It creates a ridge.
Then you guys can talk about how far. Thank you.
So maybe Patrick has a suggestion on that.
So the code calls for a minimum throat depth for stacking. I think the code says 100 feet. So we would be fine for that required throat depth to be paved or concrete, asphalt.
Of 100 feet.
That requirement, and I believe it's 100 feet.
Which keeps it out of the sewer system too, by
Yep.
the way.
Yep.
that should be sufficient.
Yep.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Or just say it
Okay.
equivalent to the throat depth.
Did we find on landscaping F, is there a height on the plants
For F?
in the code?
Are we done with that? So
No,
the
no,
depth.
I want to hear about F. Go ahead.
Okay, can we finish the drive aisle, right? It's per the stacking, I think is what I heard a comment of, or is it 100 feet?
It's 100 feet
Or equivalent to the stacking depth.
or equivalent to the
Required.
stacking deck.
Okay, thank you, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't want to move on too quick.
Do you have the answer on the F?
Do you have the height? I'll give him the number. So Patrick, stay with me here for a second. It's F, but 15 feet, right?
Minimum 5
Right. Why nobody have this? So the minimum number of trees, and this is per 100 feet. I think that was the first question, is what does it look like? So it's 10 trees, and then according to the code, it says it has hedge with a little number on it, and that hedge is described as, hedge must be planted in double staggered rows and might be maintained so as to form a 3-foot-high continuous visual screen within 1 year after planting, except that the type F buffers, the hedges must be 4 feet at installation and be maintained at 5 feet. So according to the F, it's installed at 4 and maintained at 5 for the hedge.
5 feet, that'll be
Maintain
the.
the 5, it'll be
Yep.
taller than the fence.
Yep, that's just the
fence is
hedge.
likely, okay.
And then your trees end up being a mixture of canopy and understory trees that go in between all of that. And that's, like I said, the trees are apparently
agree with
10
that,
per
Patrick?
100.
Yes.
So we're all clear on
That is
that?
code, and
They have to do it.
the intent of the code is to basically low-lying hedge, and then the canopies kind of cover the upper portion.
Admittedly, the tree, I don't have the number, the diameter of the trees at the moment, but they usually are small, but they have to be planted at minimum something like 12 or 15 feet, and then grow from there, obviously. And that's all going to be pursuant to a landscape architect saying that they can fit those and it'll survive.
Okay. All right. So let's touch on overnight parking.
Yes.
That was a concern raised by quite a few people. They don't like overnight parking at all. We didn't like it in the food truck. Nobody likes it. It's actually prohibited in Fort Myers Beach all over the place, overnight parking.
Yes.
And so why should you have overnight parking?
Okay.
Well, let
I
me
feel
say it this
very-
way. I don't think you should have overnight parking.
Well, I feel very strongly that we should.
Okay?
Okay, be careful how I phrase this, but I guess the question that comes to mind is, how can we make a fuss about a project like Myerside asking for a parking reduction and express a lot of concern over the parking reduction? And then this private sector entity comes in and offers a solution. There was already parking there. So from a use standpoint, the use does not change. It was used for the hotel. So there was overnight parking there already. We are gonna buffer it, we are gonna control it, and we are offering a solution to a problem that we've identified elsewhere. We have another case coming before you right after this one.
Yeah, that needs
We're
overnight
asking for a
parking.
parking reduction. There have been concerns that have been brought up.
Yes,
We
many.
have a solution here. So again, I go back to no good deeds go unpunished. I'm very afraid, and you may have heard the planning acronym. We used to call it NIMBYism. Now we call it cave people, citizens against virtually everything. And I know it's a little harsh, but
It's very harsh. You didn't need to bring that negativity into
but-
an otherwise positive experience.
But we have, I'll bring up a slide if we can. It's slide number 68, please.
Do you all agree with him?
I just,
I don't.
I have a comment.
Don doesn't agree with you.
No,
No, I don't
That's
agree.
okay.
I do think there are people that will disagree with a lot of things, but I think if this was next to your home or your winter home, Patrick, you might feel similar. So I think what we're trying to address is we're trying to find a compromise that works for everyone so that we can move the ball forward. So I think our intent is the same as yours.
so the
Understood.
question would be, what is the repercussions if somebody parks there? Are they going to be towed? Are they going to
They
be?
can't park there unless they're escorted in.
No,
they
that's
wouldn't
in
even
the
be
one.
escorted in. Their vehicle would be taken from the restaurant or the hotel. The valet person would come park it. They would have no access whatsoever to that parking lot. And when they would submit their ticket to the valet would go back with an e-bike or a scooter, go get the car and bring it back.
But
And
you have no user. If you get the Beach Theater restaurant, it doesn't need overnight parking. You can use it for
it
valet.
needs evening
But
parking.
when you have a user, you can come in and request overnight parking, whatever is
'Cause
appropriate for the
Evening parking isn't
user.
overnight parking.
Yeah.
Overnight parking is at.
Understood.
Okay.
Understood. We're asking for evening and overnight, because restaurants will need additional parking in the evening. Hotels may need parking overnight. Again,
How long does evening
we-
go to?
we say, excuse me,
What are the hours of evening?
evening, to me, evening would be from past 5 o'clock to.
To 10?
To 10, 11,
That's evening.
yeah.
But overnight is,
Overnight would be for hotels.
There is no
So-
hotel, though.
so
You
we-
have no user.
Yes, Myerside is a perfect example. We've approved
Wait.
Myerside, they have a reduction. We have,
You think somebody from Myerside is going to overnight park here? What is it, a mile and a half?
oh, no, it's more than a mile and a
Yeah.
half. It's like 3 miles.
It makes no sense.
okay, I just, last 3 times I went
back home to see my parents. I spent time in Montreal. The hotels.
Oh,
all
honey,
had-
Montreal's an enormous cosmopolitan metropolitan city.
But the thing is, they valet off-site, and you give your ticket, and it's
And you never see
perfectly
your car
normal
again.
to
Yes.
expect 10 minutes, 15 minutes before someone goes to pick it up and drives it back.
Sure.
So if you're talking, so let's extend the logical thought process here. You've got a project that comes before you that is presenting a good project, great request. The only thing is they're a little short on parking. And you put a condition upon them that they need to find off-site parking. You don't think they're gonna utilize it to get their approval? You think that they're gonna say, no, it's a mile away, it's too far? No, we've got e-bikes, we've got scooters. I can,
You know what, though?
I think we all know that e-bikes and scooters change the whole game.
Yes, and golf carts and all those things that
Yeah.
aren't cars. Sure they do. But, well, the overnight parking's an issue for me.
Okay.
It's an issue for Jim, it's an issue for Don, it's an issue for Jason.
No. Jason, that's maybe.
I have a
Jason.
comment.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, the parking looks like a lot, I get that. But our comprehensive plan does set a goal of consolidating parking and finding ways to, for lack of a better word, create places where people can park. And I think what they're saying is whether it's a fenced area that's valet parking, it's for that very aspect of the comprehensive plan to try to consolidate parking from other areas in the island that aren't going to be able to have parking. I'm not a big fan of parking, but I think I understand what Pat's trying to say here is that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan to consolidate parking.
And with all with all due
Sorry.
respect to the LPA members and to everybody looking at this issue, I have a concern that we keep talking about parking, and that as a town, and I'm not pointing out anybody, staff, residents, different board members, we have not even made an effort to find a solution.
Yeah.
And it's very frustrating to me. So that's what you're getting from me today, is that frustration of, we are several years removed from the hurricane.
Mhm.
The issue keeps coming up. No one has made an official attempt to address the issue, to solve the issue. And now you have a private owner putting forward a solution, and all we get is roadblocks. And again, not only are we providing the solution, it was an existing use, there was parking there right next to them. This is gonna be controlled, it's gonna be buffered, it's gonna be a better situation than it was before. The property coexisted for decades with their neighbors. And all of a sudden, because we have a bite at the apple, we're gonna take that bite, even though the use coexisted
Okay,
for
hold on.
decades.
So I
Dunlap,
think
what do you think?
a couple things. I'm, compared to a lot of you, fairly new resident here, but I do always, maybe I've talked to you about this, read the archives and read the history and kind of get a context of the culture and the evolution of that. And the history that I've been access to is rife with the belief system that we don't provide parking, people won't bring their cars. And we don't want to encourage that. So let's do all our parking off the island somewhere, transport. And I read that on and on and on again. And that has created in my mind an accumulation of concentration of cars with nowhere to go, because neither one of those things have happened. And I'm not sure how it would work if it was off-site anyway. Interesting to me, if this private individual was offering this land, giving it to the town, and there was a proposal to build a multi-height parking structure on that, which, of course, those conversations became more prevalent as we looked at the town's land and that. How would we deal with all that? Would we go back and reminisce around, we don't want to attract people down there? Or we say, oh my God, we finally have a solution? This looks like a very low impact item. These aren't Ferraris and sports cars. people coming in and out, parking lots, attended parking lots, valet parking lots are everywhere in our worlds that we go to. It seems like they're trying to, in the context of, I'm sure, charging and making some money, which is the right way to do it, to maintain it and staff it, offering an option to the island in general, maybe sort of more so the south end, depending how you define how far they'll go, then I'm trying to ascertain why it is so controversial when we have something that we don't have today that can be used by virtually anyone, nonprofit all the way to for-profit. So I don't share the same angst just because I think all the other solutions that have been talked about have not developed, they've not been tried, they haven't been accomplished, there's not one on the horizon, other alternatives are not available, and we have a parking problem. So I'll leave that with there. It doesn't rise to me to the level of maybe some of my peers here. And I think it's something that is just like the public benefit debate, needs to be finalized by a group of people saying, this is what we want and will somebody do it? And the first one that offers always has to go through the arrows. So that's where I am.
Okay. Jamie?
I don't really have a problem with the valet area doing whatever because it is going to be regulated. And it's not just people pulling in to go have drinks and do that. They're not going to be going into the valet area. This is going to be, scheduled parking that you've gotten agreements with other places to use, and so we know who's going in and out. Whereas I understand wanting the parking lot after the bar closes and the pool closes to be vacant so that you can manage what goes on in that parking lot when everybody's supposed to be gone. So I look at them totally separately. My only concern about the valet parking and that reserved parking is that it can't be, we can't look at those cases that come before us and say, here's where I'm going to park, because there's still phase 3 out there. That they can get that on a temporary basis and know that when phase 3 comes in, it's not a commitment for life.
Okay.
Okay, Jason, did you want to say
just a
something?
procedural thing, and thank you, that's almost exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, well.
How about that?
Scary.
There is no time restriction on parking unless you or the council adopts a condition to that time. So that's why we need that direction as part of the condition. Which part of it? Is there phases to it? Is it a portion of it? I think on the site plan, the second phase, it highlights the great shape.
Wait, you're saying that overnight parking is not restricted by code on this island?
No, generally when you do permanent shared parking approvals, you have to come in for a special exception to get as a parking lot. The town has conditioned the limitations on the time of that, no lighting, trash cans, hedges, and time. That's not in the code as far as that restriction. So it's not, you have to actively approve a condition or recommend a condition to restrict that time. And I would suggest perhaps you look at that from an area at a minimum. Be clear to us which area you're trying to restrict. And just because I heard a number, but I counted 106 in the shaded area that is the
Shared parking.
Yes, it's similar to shared parking with a joint agreement. Yes.
So you want a timeline for that?
No, well, if you're going to do one, if you want to limit it, you have to condition it. You're not approving overnight parking, you're approving a timeline or recommending a condition for a timeline. And then 2, where
But if we do nothing to limit the timeline, it defaults to what?
there is not a timeline in the code.
Okay, just wanted that on record.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm not clear we understand what is meant by timeline.
A restriction on when parking can occur. Typically, it's sun up to sundown is a very typical.
Hours of operation.
Hours of operation for the parking lot part of it, right.
Which is a little different than what Jane was talking about. What Jane was talking about is if at one point a resort goes there and the area is used for just the resort required parking,
Right.
then that joint parking goes away. And I think the answer that when we had talked about that I had given you is the understanding is, and let's take a perfect example with the Beach Theater. So they also own the Dolphin Inn property. Their commitment is to use that as overflow parking. They have expressed that they are actively trying to sell that property. if it sells, they also committed that they have to find another solution
Correct.
and come back.
They did that.
So it would be the same thing where the entities that have an agreement, if this transformed to a resort and that joint parking goes away, they have to find another spot, or maybe by then, the town has been proactive and has found a solution that we can all live with.
Okay.
So that, yeah, I think that was the second part of her statement, but just the background on that, remember, traditionally, people have come in for parking deviations or variances as
Yeah.
part of a development with a joint use agreement in their pocket.
Right.
So we aren't doing that. So frankly, we're giving reductions in parking and we're creating a demand for it off-site. But what I would say is that's going to be the tough part when we get the final DO and give the approval for construction and then COs. All of those pieces need to be in place. And then what happens if the agreement goes away? Then those developments are out of compliance. So there's a domino effect there potentially with
Big time.
how they find parking, right? If you care about parking. So,
I don't think that what I hear from the LPA is the shared parking, the beach theater, restaurant, those are not necessarily an issue. The issue is the overnight component.
well, there's code compliance with the number of parking spaces, right? That's dealt through either shared parking agreements or through deviations and some other study or analysis. And then there's the time issue, I think, are separate. I think those are two different components, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I did make the statement it was premature without it, but maybe it's build it and they will come, but it's still the issue of the overnight, not the shared parking.
Right.
Right. I'd just say from a staff perspective,
Yeah.
I would be careful of future deviations to parking that create a demand, that then create the demand for more parking lots.
Self-perpetuating.
Yeah.
Jason's right, that's my concern.
That is, that is it. So Ed,
In
where are
phase
you?
three-
I'm sorry, Don, go ahead.
No, I'm just gonna echo what Jason said. You know, the phase 3 or phase 4 of this project could be, you know, a hotel, you know, above all this. And then it's gonna have parking requirements, and if it did not do the shared parking anymore, then you've got a problem with, you know, with other properties. So I think we have to be careful. It has to be kind of a comprehensive plan, but I don't know how you do it. You almost have to track parking at every, you know, where you gave up spots, and, you know, you have to, what do you do? Give away height and say, hey, build an extra story and put a 2-floor parking garage in,
Yeah.
right? Or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
We have to find some sort of compromise.
Okay, but Ed, where are you on this overnight parking?
I've got no problem with with having at least one lot that's 24-hour parking. John mentioned earlier about someone that might get overserved. In fact, there was a time I lived in Tampa where they required overnight parking to make the roads safer, so.
Just in your neighborhood.
It's too far from my neighborhood.
Tampa and Montreal.
The intent.
Well, those are big cities, you're right, those are big cities, but we've got big city problems here too that we need to address at some time. I mean, we keep, this discussion has gone way too long for me, but we're talking about shared parking, 24-hour parking. I mean, I'd like to concentrate on one if we could, and the 24-hour parking is no problem with me.
Well, I don't know how we can just concentrate on one, because we're clearly crossing all of them, right, in this particular project. But I guess the question for the LPA is there are folks who are really against 24-hour parking, is the concern, and I know, Jane, like I've always heard you always ask about that, is it because people end up kind of camping out on the beach at night and leaving their car, or what is the biggest concern there?
I think kind of like the no beach parking sign, you could put no beach parking and no overnight parking. And
Right.
let it be, and then they monitor it. Like he said, he's not wanting to have cars in the parking lot when the business is closed. It is not helping his business or
Right.
creating anything good for his business
But we're
either.
not talking about that parking lot, so the main principal
So-
parking lot won't have overnight parking.
Okay,
It's just the
but the
spec.
thing is,
And
if
the
you-
overnight would be limited to hotels only that have an agreement. So it's not like I drank too much.
And now I wanna move from one parking lot to the
car
other.
in that section of the
That
parking.
doesn't happen.
The only people that can access that at night will be valet parking attendants, and it will be for hotels, and those hotels will have to demonstrate that they have an agreement.
Right.
So it's not for
It's
the.
just a solution.
And by putting so many restrictions on it, you narrow the ability to use the parking area.
Here's the thing. Those of us who are concerned about the overnight parking are outnumbered by those of you who are comfortable with it, so we're going to move on from that. Because the majority of the LPA supports the overnight parking, okay? So what other questions or comments or anything does anybody have for the applicant or the staff? Oh, wait, let me go to, Jason, your list of outstanding issues for discussion that staff recommends for clarification. Clarification regarding timing and enforceability of Phase 2 improvements and the removal of temporary facilities. The applicant, John, evidently you have said 3 to 3.5 years for Phase 1, followed by Phase 2. Do you stand by that? 3 to 3.5 years you would have Phase 1 in place, and then you would begin Phase 2, and that's provided that you get all the proper approvals and whatever else. That's what this says here.
Yes, we're going to try to go as fast as we can. Unfortunately, we're handcuffed by FEMA, so it's totally an estimated. We have no idea when they'll, change the flood maps. So.
But your intention is to consummate construction and beginning Phase 2 as soon as you have the formal approvals you need from the regulated bodies.
Correct.
So, Jason, all of this timeline thing here, if we don't put timelines on it, within 5 years of an approval, the first phase has to be completed and a development order has to be in place for a second phase. Is that correct?
Correct.
And
And then
within,
basically within 8 years, you got to complete everything or it goes away.
or it goes away.
Or the undeveloped portions go
Okay.
away.
Does anybody want anything else in this, other than that?
I just want to point out that there is a timing condition in our development agreement as it exists, which I'm trying to find it. It's on page 101 of 189, section 10, which the town's is much more lenient than the one we imposed in here. But for the record, I can go ahead and read it in. So, I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
We
Speaking
can.
in the microphone.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So for the Phase 1, developer must apply for the DO or LDO within 90 days. Within 90 days of the issuance or the approval, will submit for building permits. In the event that no building permits are applied within 90 days of the DO/LDO issuance, the agreement will terminate. Construction activities must be completed within 1 year of building permit issuance. Then for Phase 2, this is where we get into that 3.5 year, which is intentionally not included in the development agreement, because we can't agree to a condition of which we have no control over. That's the word I was looking for. So under Phase 2, the phase is contingent upon approval and construction of the wave dissipation wall, as well as the flood map revision. It will likely take 18 to 24 months, and here's where the timing comes into play. Developer will commence permitting of the wave dissipation wall within 120 days of the effective date. So start working on the permitting while implementing Phase 1. Construction activities will begin within 90 days of permit issuance. Construction of the restaurant, bar, restrooms, comfort stations will commence once the map revision has been approved and will be completed within 1 year. And then all mobile operations will cease. So that is the timing I just wanted to point out that we have included, that we can
Thank you.
agree to.
There was one other
So I do have a
condition.
question about that.
What?
The question about that was unanswered was, what happens if Phase 2 doesn't happen? Does it all go away, or just Phase 2 is no longer valid? Does Phase 1 cease operation?
So including that sentence that if nothing's been done, then it will terminate, carrying that Phase 1 language into Phase 2 as well?
So
Is
it
that
all?
what I'm hearing?
No, I'm asking. I wasn't
That's a
sure.
question.
It was a question on a.
And I think part of the question is, what if FEMA doesn't move?
That's
Right,
the map
that's
change?
I
the
brought that up
question.
originally.
And I think I just asked the client,
Happy to come back before council, talk about now we have to amend the development agreement and word it differently, and if we need to address conditions, we can do that at that point, once we know that the map changed, just in case it does get approved. we are
So
working-
wouldn't that be the process anyway? If they can't comply with the conditions that are set forth, they have to come back in for some sort of revision? Wouldn't that be the process they would go through?
Yeah, but there's two different types to that. So under their timeline, since it's different than the code, I would suggest including and subject to requests for extensions, perhaps, something like that, because there are extensions, which is the other process in the code, but they have a different timeline that they're subject to. So if you're going to be on their timeline, then let's add the extension. So as long as they came in before that 3.5 or whatever it is, then they would be able to ask for an extension.
You want that added as
I would
a,
suggest if you're going to go with their timeline, then we also include the extensions, or either that or it expires, then they got to come back and apply for new. Those are the two options.
We're happy, we understand what the concern is. We're happy to come forward to council with more detail as to what the timing would be and what the condition, what triggers it, and what we have to do coming back to council.
I think that'd be good, because we're trying to, as you well know, Patrick, nail down 26 projects that have been approved and aren't started. And so you're going to be a little bit of a guinea pig in that regard. And your example you said here could matter to us. I would also, Jason, ask you to respond to if they are rejected for the other applications in phase 2. Does that terminate phase 1?
It sounds like that was the path, yes.
Yep.
Unless subject to extensions, which they could in theory come back.
Yeah, I got that part, but rejection doesn't mean come ask again. It means we're not approving it. I'm talking about the wave wall and a lot of other things.
Correct.
If they get rejected, it would seem like we terminate the agreement, because this is a 2-phase agreement that we'd be approving.
Yeah, now, can it be terminated? I don't know the termination process, but yes.
Well,
So it's either, if
I'm
they
just
run
trying to
it,
build something that they're going to try to get everything they can get done, and we believe them. But this has not been, in my mind, approved yet by anybody, for anybody on our beach, et cetera.
Right.
So the path to success is not very well defined.
Right.
So it would seem like if something happens that this is not feasible, phase 2 is not feasible because they can't get the approvals, the project's no longer approved in the conditions we approved it. It would seem like we ought to be able to put some wording in there that triggers that event.
yeah, so this is, unfortunately, this is a really complicated, nuanced question, because let's say we went the path and they couldn't get it, they tried 100 times, FEMA kept saying no, they couldn't move forward to phase 2. If you expire phase 1, you remove the trucks, and then you've got a structure sitting there, right? So there's pros and cons to both sides.
Let me ask
Why
you
would you
something.
want to shut down 1 if 2 can't be done?
Because that's the way this is
It's the way it's
structured.
applied for.
It's a
and-
phase 1. So,
and
but is there some merit in allowing them the time to, and you, the time to figure that out before you get to the council? Does it need to be a condition for us?
Yes to both. I think we need guidance on how much time you're willing to give, and maybe it's more on the FEMA side because of the timing issues, but also the question is what happens to first phase? That's the main question I have.
It's built.
Does it stay forever?
Ceases operation, in
or
my
does it-
mind, because the whole thing around this, remember from where we started, and I think we have such a great opportunity here, those other mics are on, everybody. We have such an opportunity here to nail down these conditional approvals on events happening and timeframes of that. So if the suspicion was this would become a temporary structure forever. Remember how it started. So we're getting past all that now. We've got a good plan. It's multi-phased. It needs to be multi-phased in order to satisfy the commitments being made today. And we just ought to think about how to do that. And council may be the best suggestion, Anita, to have them deal with that, but we have an opportunity here to put some documents around it.
Can I add a comment real quick? It's on page 106. There is an amendment and termination provision. What the LPA could consider is adding an E that sets forth specifically what the concern is. In the event phase 2 is not completed, this agreement terminates. Because the way it's written now, it is pretty much at the option of the developer, except for, of course, if the town agrees can be amended with the parties' mutual consent. Is that, I mean, you probably will object to it. However, if the LPA puts that in there, then you could revise it at the town council meeting.
And we would be comfortable having some sort of a condition in there that says, put a timeline, and if we're unable to get the FEMA permits, for example, we then have to come back before LPA and council and revise that phase 2. We'd have to elevate the restaurant perhaps and come forth with one
That's a
place that
little-
would not need the waiver.
Yeah, but that's a little different, I think, from what Jim provided. That would be offering the opportunity to come in and amend the agreement, which you could still do
Yeah.
under 21A if the town is agreeable to that. But I think, Jim, you were looking for more of a concrete, automatic
Yeah, that if phase 2
termination to make it
And
clear.
if phase 2 isn't completed, the development agreement is null and void.
And there's what I'm after,
Well,
just
it's
because it puts pressure on all parties.
Yeah,
And I know the
to
intentions
perform,
here
to
are all
perform.
to do this.
Are you suggesting,
An E. An E that provides that, but then if that's not the, that, I don't know that that would preclude you from coming forth and arguing that 21A, if the town were agreeable to extending it, then it could.
Well, how about language where you could, you'd be open to amending phase 2, like this wave wall may or may not get approved, or may not even work like it's supposed to. But you could amend phase 2 based on things that might happen, like the wave wall, or FEMA doesn't approve it, or something like that. You're gonna have to change your plans, but you could still move forward with a phase 2.
Here's a suggestion. How about we put some language in there that would say that upon finding out, let's say that FEMA has said no, we've got 90 days to come back before council and propose an alternative, or then it would trigger where
Cease operations of phase
cease
1.
operations, but we do have that time frame where we can come in and maybe say, look, we've changed our plan, we're gonna elevate the restaurant. We wanna keep.
Totally comfortable with that kind of
Just
chronological
elevate
trigger.
So
Okay, so
we can draft something.
E, well, yeah,
That
but
would
we
be
need it
language-
now.
It would be language in 10, another bullet point, or an addition to 10, phase 2, where you would add that.
Okay, I'm open to suggestions here.
To what, right? Anybody suggesting anything?
Do you want to take a break?
no objection here?
LPA?
With the intent of coming back with that last piece?
With that last piece?
Yeah.
I'm ready for a break, but I have one
I
comment.
don't have anything else on my list. That's the compilation
just-
of what everybody said. Plus, okay, so let's, Don? Oh, Don, there you are. What? Doug?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready for a break, Anita, but I think we need to come back to 10 second bullet. I think you could amend that first sentence, which is pretty, if I was them, this phase is contingent upon approval and construction of a wave dissipation wall, followed by a flood map revision. That's pretty
And in
pretty
such-
bold, I think.
And
if-
in such case, though,
Yeah.
that did not happen is what we're
I think we
looking.
need to say, if that doesn't happen, we need an off-ramp of some sort that they can amend phase
That's
to
what I'm after.
elevate.
Did you get that? That's a good idea. Okay, so listen, we're going to take let's take a 25-minute break, and I'm going to tell you there's pizza in that room, and you're all invited.
Okay.
So 25 minutes, we'll come back, and you all have to come up for something with this. Right. We're back. Okay, let's go directly to you, Megan, where we left off. You were going to create some language for us for,
Correct, and we were looking at condition 10 in the development agreement regarding timing. So here is what our proposal is. Says if construction of phase 2 has not commenced within 5 years of the CO issuance on phase 1, developer must provide written notice to the town requesting extension or modification of the phase 2 site plan.
condition 10 modified, if construction of phase 2 is not constructed?
And if the construction of phase 2 has not commenced within 5 years of the CO issuance of phase 1, developer must provide written notice to town requesting extension or modification of the agreement.
You may have to put termination in there too, as an option, because otherwise it continues to bind them. And I think the developer already has the right to terminate at their own will, based on paragraph 21.
Yeah.
Modification or termination.
Extension, modification, or termination.
There you
Okay.
go. There you go.
Okay, all right. So during the break, I spoke with John because there was one other concern that was raised, and that was about amplified music. And I asked him if he would be comfortable with having the amplified music be limited to noon to 9 p.m., and he said absolutely. So how do you all feel about that? Are you good with that? Good.
Love it.
Wonderful.
Fun.
Okay. Jim, do you really want me to go through them all again?
I do not. Ma'am, no,
You do
not at all. I'd prefer you
Okay.
don't, on the record.
I'll die if you do. Okay, all right. So, any other questions or concerns about this that that need to be raised or addressed? And if not, are we ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion, Madam Chair. And I'm going to need to tag on to your inventory there, but I'll get it started, and then we can clarify from there. I'll move approval for ordinance 26-02, further known as 6890 Estero Boulevard, Old Wyndham Garden, including the conditions that are inherent in the package recommended by staff. And we will add to the staff recommendations the following conditions.
That it be posted for no beach parking or overnight parking in the normal parking lot. That sound curtains or sound mitigation will be installed. Restrooms will be locked at night. That the parking lot will be attended during all operating hours. Beach access, the beach access is available to the public for the duration of the development agreement to the mean high water line. That the landscape in the parking lot will contain larger containers or portable plants if they are permitted by whoever permits it. That a traffic study be completed before Phase 2 is built, and any suggestions or amendments be made accordingly. That under item 15, lead DOT be added to the government agencies needed for approval. On page 102 and 103, that public improvements are, never mind, I'm eliminating that. That was about the public benefits because they call them something else anyway. Page 104, that deviation, we are going to add that a hard surface of 100 feet be placed as a transition to Estero Boulevard, the apron, as it was called. Page 106D. This was something that we didn't discuss about retaining the resort use without the need for, Yes, that 106D, that we're going to eliminate the wording, eliminate without the need for public hearing. And a new condition, condition 10 modification, if construction of Phase 2 is not commenced within 5 years of the development agreement, the developer must provide notice to the town for extension, modification, or termination.
That'd be the CO.
The CO, that's correct. And that amplified music is only permitted between the hours of 12 PM to 9 PM.
Exactly.
Perfect.
I'll
That's it.
second.
Okay, so that motion, the motion is made by
I'll
Mr.
second.
Dunlap and seconded by Doug Ekman.
Madam Chair, just a housekeeping item.
Yes.
Just for clarification, to make sure that the handout that we received today from the intervener, the PowerPoint presentation from the applicant, and all your agenda materials are intended to be included in your record. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Nancy. You can't say anything now. Sorry. So, Jane, do you have something you need to say?
I just wanted to confirm that you had in there the conditions for approval.
Yes, he
Staff,
does,
yes,
that were
I
in the,
included that,
that were in the
yes.
packet. Okay, so there is a motion and a second with the conditions for approval, meeting the comprehensive plan and additional conditions as stipulated. A motion by Jim Dunlap and seconded by Doug Ekman. Any further discussion on this? Jim, your vote?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Jim?
I'm all for the project, but I'm still opposed to the overnight parking, so no.
Ed?
Aye.
And I'm a yes. So that carries 6-1. So thank you very much. And thanks for being a good steward, John. Good luck on your next step. Okay, next item on our agenda is,
Madam Chair, it is a quasi-judicial rezoning, and I failed to mention that at the beginning of our meeting. I cited that you only had the development agreement and several variances, but this one will also be quasi-judicial.
yes, it is. This is ordinance 2610, CPD 202-50286, 1207 Estero Boulevard. This is the Silver Sands Resort. Gentlemen, Mr. Glean, would you all mind stepping out and having your conversation? That's okay. Thank you very much. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying a rezoning of property located at 1207 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, generally identified as strap number 9194624W40150D0050, from downtown zoning district to a commercial plan development with 11 deviations to allow for a 60-unit hotel and 2,500 square feet of commercial retail space and 46 parking spaces, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Let's start with ex parte. Don?
No ex parte, I'm sorry, I have ex parte, the same as the other one. I met with the neighborhood company and with the attorney for the client.
Okay. How about you, Ed?
I met with the neighborhood company and received a couple of emails, not as many as the last item.
Jim?
The same as Ed.
Okay. Jane?
Same.
Doug?
Yeah, I met with Pat Vaness and the attorney, Megan Strayhorn, on June 10th here at Town Hall to review the project and their requested deviations.
Thank you. Jim?
2 meetings, one quite a while ago with the neighborhood company, Mr. Torgerson, when this was originally being proposed. And then last Wednesday with neighborhood company and their attorney, went through the revised project. And then some emails, but that's it.
Jane?
I want to add that I had 2 social conversations with Tom Torgerson at social events, just having conversation, but I do want to include that.
Uh-huh. So I met with the neighborhood company here last week, and I spoke with Tom Torgerson briefly on April 6th about rescheduling their project. I texted him yesterday about parking, and I also watched Albert's demonstration on Beach Talk Radio, and we received one letter as much as late as yesterday, and then the emails of record. And that's all. Okay, so Jason?
Any questions? Madam Chair, if the applicant has any questions regarding the ex parte disclosures?
Megan Strayhorn on behalf of the applicant. After hearing the disclosures, we have no questions. They believe I saw at least one public comment, but if there was more than that, I'm aware of
You mean an email, Megan?
we received an email from a public comment.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I think that was the only email, wasn't it? Yes, yes, okay.
Me?
Yes, sir?
Jason Green, Community Development. Hey. It's an application for rezoning from downtown zoning district to CPD. The applicant, again, located at 1207 Estero Boulevard, in the current commercial, or asking for a commercial plan development for redevelopment of what was known as Silver Sands Resort. The future land use designation is Times Square mixed-use commercial. The previous resort had approximately 22 lodging units, including cottages and villages, along with accessory commercial uses, and the site was substantially damaged during Hurricane Ian. The proposed application includes on the master concept plan, site consisting of 60 boutique hotel units, approximately 2,500 square feet of ground floor commercial space, 46 on-site parking spaces, rooftop pool and amenity deck, canal side activation area and dock improvements, streetscape and pedestrian improvements along Estero Boulevard and Primo Drive. Just as a reference, according to the 2045 comprehensive plan, the hotel multiplier was removed from the comprehensive plan. However, it's still in the land development code. And so that's just to compare what would by right be 18 hotel units versus the amount that they've asked for, the 60. Or excuse me, I'm sorry, 13 by right versus the 60. The applicant has included a request for 11 deviations from the land development code. Those are all on page 3 of your staff report. There's some underlined in there that are changes from previous applications, just to track those edits. Let's see. There's on page 4 is a parking analysis, if you want to see that, and it is a reduction of about 21% overall from the required parking.
A reduction of what?
Parking.
Yes, but what percent did you say?
I think it's 21%. So
Okay.
under land development code, it would be, 86.7. But you can see the breakdown of each from the number of units. The hard part is it depends on the size of the individual unit to do parking. And so generally you just do hotel parking. But in our code, for some reason, it's got square footages of each unit. So it depends on and we don't know the individual size of the units necessarily. So it's kind of an analysis to say if it was greater than 450 or less than 450. Do you want me to go over those deviations, or do you want to wait for the questions on that?
No,
Okay.
let's hear from Patrick.
Okay. And then the applicant has provided a list of provisions that they're providing for the general public. And based on the findings and conclusions, which is in section 34-85, B and C, there's some findings there on page 11. We have the applicant's response and the staff's response, if you can see those. Most of those findings are in support of that. And then we have provided recommendation of conditions of approval on page 15 of the staff report, and there's 9 of those. So do you have any other questions?
Any question for Jason at this point?
Okay.
Don, any questions for Jason at this moment?
No questions at this moment, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Megan.
Good afternoon again. For the record, Megan Strayhorn, if we could get we do have a slideshow. If we could get that put up, please. Okay, here for a CPD request. Again, my name is Megan Strayhorn, attorney for the applicant. I'll go ahead and introduce the team. We have for owner representation, there's gotta be a better way. There. For owner representation, we have Chris Black from TPI FMB Suites LLC. As far as myself for agents, Studio AD Architect Albert D'Ambrose for our architecture, Brandon Fry from JR Evans, our engineering. Unfortunately, Mr. Trish is unavailable today, but he will be present for council moving forward. And then also for our planning, we have Patrick Van Ast with Neighborhood Company. We do ask at this time for all of the individuals to be deemed experts in their respective fields. They have qualified before you on numerous occasions, again, in their respective fields.
Megan?
Yes.
I don't know that Chris has ever been qualified as an expert.
My apologies, because he's the owner, so he would not be deemed an expert. He's
Okay.
just the owner representative.
Oh, okay, all right, very good.
So thank you
Very
for that
good.
clarification.
Yeah, and.
I would
but-
say he has personal knowledge of the project.
I would say he does, but
Well,
he
it's
also hasn't been sworn in today, because he came. Yeah. So if you speak, when you speak, if you want to speak, Chris, you'll have to be, okay. Go ahead, Megan.
Did that work, or did somebody?
It did, yeah.
Okay, maybe I found the sweet spot. This is a rezoning request. This parcel is currently, currently zoned as downtown. We're requesting to rezone it as a commercial plan development to allow for a boutique hotel. It'll be a top of 6 stories, but that's really only in the center, as well as 60 boutique suites included therein. In reviewing the staff report, I do just want to kind of set out there. Overall, it's a very favorable staff report. Very favorable in deviation analysis, land development code analysis, comprehensive plan analysis, but there were a couple areas that seemed a little bit inconsistent, and I don't know if I want to get into this right now or kind of address it as we move into the presentation, but I did just want to point out there is a couple areas that seemed supportive and then included kind of a does not conform type, and specifically that's pertaining to the analysis under Land Development Code Section 3485 when it's discussing consistency with a comprehensive plan. Some of the staff comments appear, and I'm not trying to speak for staff by any means, so please, Jason, correct me. Some of the staff comments appear that they're analyzing this development. Is it consistent with the downtown zoning district, and saying that it is not consistent? And we would agree, which is why we're coming before you, requesting a rezoning to CPD. But I think generally speaking, there is consensus between applicant as well as staff that this is consistent with the 2045 comprehensive plan. And again, this is another application that went in during that process of before the 2045 comprehensive plan was adopted. So you're kind of see both analyses, and Jason already touched on the fact that we're still in this midst of the land development code has equivalency factors for lodging units, but the comprehensive plan sets forth that transient units are developed or measured by intensity by FAR. So I think that's all that I really wanted to get out in the open beforehand. Again, this is a CPD. This is quasi-judicial, as Nancy has already pointed out. We have presented staff report is before you all. Patrick has created his analysis that is included in this packet that is included for your review, and it is included part of the record. And there has been very limited public comment. So hopefully we can get through this smoothly. And now you can listen to Patrick tell you how he feels at this time of day.
Thank you, Megan.
Get your feet up, people.
Good afternoon. For the record, Patrick Van Ast, certified planner with the Neighborhood Company. Hey, I feel the exact same way I did this morning. So optimistic, always a little cautious. I think that's what people like Chris pay me for, is to not be overly optimistic and always be wary. So with that said, we can move forward.
The first slide is a location map. Subject property is 0.74 acres. It is located at the intersection of Primo and Estero. Moving on to the next slide. The property was first developed in the 1920s, and those were thatched roof, little cottages. Through the years, there's been a lot of changes, and as we all know, the whole development was destroyed by Hurricane Ian. TPI came in subsequent to the storm and purchased the property, and we are here today asking for the CPD rezone. This is an aerial showing what was there pre-Ian. Like I said, over the years, the units changed quite a bit. Some of these are more like the park model type of villas that are a little bigger. Some of them are a little smaller. We had the dog house at the very intersection of Primo and Estero. It was a hot dog stand for those that don't recall. And we had a parking lot right along Estero. And while it was a great little cottage development, vehicular movements were always a bit of an issue. So you had all that parking that would back up directly into Estero, and all of these cottages basically also had backing up movements onto Primo. So I think we've consolidated that and improved the conditions quite a bit in what we're going to be presenting to you today. So right after Ian, the site was cleared, and the way it's been used since Ian is for employee parking for Margaritaville, and also they were letting other construction entities use the parking lot. We have the sheriff's station also along Estero. Just want to point out that TPI does have off-site parking at Buttonwood. Obviously, this is available. It's easier, it's more practical at this time, but that would shift over to Buttonwood in the future. So moving on to the next slide. As mentioned, we are asking to rezone the subject property. The underlying base zoning that we had there was 5 existing platted lots. And as mentioned, we have provided an analysis to you of both from a density multiplier, what we're asking for, and also to point out that we are in the Times Square mixed-use district according to the 2045 comprehensive plan. Again, this is an area that calls for higher densities and intensities, areas where, again, an acknowledgement that additional height may be appropriate. So we are in that district. The FAR, which is now our preferred way to measure intensity in commercial hotels. We are allowed to ask for up to 2.5 FAR, and the request for this property is a 2.0. Future land use category, we were in the pedestrian commercial district. We are now in the Times Square mixed use district. Zoning is downtown. We're asking for CPD. The property is vacant, and the surrounding properties, what we have on the slide here has changed to the north. The property was vacant for a while. Now it's been redeveloped by a large residential home. It's being advertised as a vacation rental with 6 bedrooms. So while it is residential, it functions quite a bit like a little guest house or hotel. To the south of us, we have Estero Boulevard right-of-way and Margaritaville. To the east, we have Primo, and then on the other side, we have the Whale and a residential property. To the west, we have vacant commercial and canal abutting us. So as mentioned, I'm not gonna, next slide, please. Okay, we are on it. No need to go through this in a great deal of detail, but again, mixed-use district,
identified as an appropriate space for greater intensity, a place that is walkable, and a place where we have critical mass to create this downtown feel, to bring the uses close to the street, to create kind of a certain energy and feel to our downtown, and to foster pedestrian activity. So one of the things that you'll see as part of our request is a reduction in parking, and with the understanding that people travel differently. We are in the downtown district. There's a lot of foot traffic, and we are enhancing amenities associated with that pedestrian aspect. And we'll go through that, but some of the things we're doing is we are widening the sidewalk along Estero to provide for a 15-foot wide sidewalk. We are providing street furniture in a little plaza at the intersection of Primo. We are going to be providing decorative pedestrian barriers to funnel pedestrians to the appropriate crosswalk and overpass at Margaritaville. We are going to be providing some landscaping along that right-of-way to give it a better look and feel. And that will be very similar to what Margaritaville has done along Crescent Street. So as mentioned, this is a boutique hotel. We believe that the scale and the nature of a boutique hotel fits in well within this district on this property. Again, it is a different animal than a Margaritaville. It creates an intensity gradient from a little more intense downtown, and as you go east, you have that density gradient. It is not located right at the base of the bridge. I know a lot of times we talk about the view from the bridge. This is to the outside of the direct view, and I think it's a good spot where we are asking for a little additional height, but I think it's in keeping with what fits in that area. We've got some renderings that show the massing and show the scale, and I think it fits well with surrounding uses. Moving on to the next slide. This is our master concept plan. Again, master concept plan is the regulatory plan that will be contained in your ordinance. What you see as the dark gray, that is the building footprint. The orange area to the front is where the 2,500 square feet of commercial uses is relegated to. That will contain the hotel lobby and some kind of a retail. They haven't defined that yet, exactly what that's going to be. Could potentially be leased out to a tenant, or they could use it as maybe some kind of a boutique for the hotel. The concept behind this hotel, if you recall, when Margaritaville went through the hearing process, for lack of a better word, they got squeezed a little bit. And when they got squeezed, they weren't able to provide as many suites as they wanted. So this boutique hotel is going to be an all-suites hotel. The idea is it doesn't need amenities on site because TPI would be more than happy for people to enjoy their nice suites, walk over to Margaritaville and have some drinks or go eat at one of the restaurants there. So it's a complimentary hotel, and I think it will offer those suites. Albert will talk about the design of the building, but what Tom was directing Albert to do was, I want views from every room. I want every room to have a balcony. And when doing suites, we're not doing the old school little kitchenette. We know that we are targeting and attracting a different demographic, and that we would prefer having a big screen in the living area with a wet bar and an ice maker where people can gather, have some fun, and then go out on the town
So that is kind of the concept behind the design. Albert's going to talk to you all about that design in great detail, but I think we've got a great-looking hotel, and it's always fun when you work with Albert because you know you're getting the A-team. So, also a few things I want to point out. The areas in that kind of yellow mustard color are the pedestrian improvements that we're doing. Yes, the sidewalk along Primo is required. We acknowledge that, but we do widen the sidewalk in front of Estero. We provide that plaza. We provide some of the street trees that are called for in the comp plan. The area by the canal, shown in green, is going to be a landscape lawn area. What we envision there is that at some point there's going to be some wedding parties that are going to stay at the hotel. And if they want to have a cocktail hour or something by the canal, that would be an area where we're asking for COP. So consumption on premises, where they could serve alcohol there. We were asked as part of these preliminary meetings, we are asking for a bar use as part of our list of uses. We have no intent on building a bar that would be open to the public. That's not the intent. The idea is that we also have COP on the rooftop, where there's a rooftop pool and deck. And there might be a cart service where there's a bar up there for the patrons. Again, not open to the public. And when we do have special events, either for a wedding, chamber event, we don't want to have to go back to council every single time for a special events permit. So by having that use included in the CPD, and we are happy, Anita, to limit it to just for guests and patrons of the hotel, that it would not be open to the public. Also, last thing to point out is the parking is all under the building. And you see kind of the outline under the darker gray. We do have a nice looping area that we designed for potential stacking. This being a boutique hotel, they don't expect like a major rush on a Saturday with everybody's coming in, coming out, and you need a lot of stacking for cars, but we did build that in, where we've got quite a bit of stacking there, so people can come in, go to the lobby, check in, and then park and go up to their rooms. Right now, and we're going to talk about this a little later, the design calls for self-parking, but as we talk about parking issues, there could be an option that if needed, they could valet and get more parking spaces under the building. With that said, I will let Albert talk about the design, and then I'll come back and address some other issues afterwards.
Good afternoon. I do need to be sworn in. I got here late, so I figured.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Albert.
Albert D'Ambrosio, Studio 80 architect for the record. Just going to keep it brief. I know Pat did a transition here to me and talk about a lot of details on it, but I'm just trying to keep it simple. We were tasked with Tom and Torgerson and TPI and Chris Flagg, of course, to come up with something unique, compatible, and as an architect, these are things that are marinated in our head as a creative juices flow. Yes, the request to have all views of the beach, and what I mentioned a while before is sometimes form follows function, and that sometimes leads to certain architecture is unique. So what we did we radiate the angle of the buildings and the rooms a little bit. I think it's a lot easier to build a rectangle building, or a square building. Those are always cheaper in construction, but leads to sometimes very boring facades. Okay. Yeah, there you go. A vowel, take an E. There we go. It's voice active Alexa. In starting with just traditional buildings, rectangles, we try to push and pull. And one of the things about architecture is for me, is like every building needs to be pleasantly placed in its position and context. So taking the rooms and rotating and angle them to get these beach views, these balconies, you end up with a little more of a layered facade. The balconies, the projecting, a lot of the commercial design standards you guys have in your land development code allude to these kind of things that are favorable. Balconies that project over the right-of-way and creates kind of a connection between inside and outside. Obviously, across from this building, we have the right-of-way of the parking lot, the pool. So we're clear, unobstructed view to the Gulf. That leads to, obviously, next.
You got it.
Oh,
Good.
that's true. I went too far now. There you go. Must be the long arms. I don't know. And of course, colors is important as well too. I think trying to find a blend. Sometimes too stark, bright colors. Sometimes too white doesn't fit in certain locations, and so we have a more of a muted, soft tone color that kind of balances the colors from the Margaritaville Resort compared to the colors that are also been painted on the Whale right now. So just trying to find a medium on there. Tom did provide us some color direction as well too. I think they were very favorable for the palette of this particular building and design. The rooftop pool, obviously, most of it is concealed with the roof overhangs on the top roof. There's glass railing that you'll be able to see from the perimeter. You kind of can see a little preview up there in the top area. Again, the pool being on the top is also a challenge as well too for construction, but this allows more privacy up there as well. And looking down Primo, you can see the facade of the balconies, the railings add to a lot of scale. The commercial space down below, picking overhangs and landscaping and pottery and plants to the courtyard there, the flag, all kind of relate more to the human pedestrian scale as you're walking down the stairwell. And then, of course, we're getting into the height here as well, too. I think this is Patrick. You're going to go back on this one? Okay. So, of course, we're represented, of course, in the front here. We have the 5 stories in the front portion of the building. If I go back actually one slide, you can see it better. Well, I guess the next slide. It's actually a good one right here. The left side is obviously facing the stereo. That's the lower portion. The right side facing the north property that Patrick mentioned is the new rental house. That's the lower portion. It's only the middle portion and top portion that it pushes up to the 6th floor. We went with a butterfly roof just to kind of cut down the height, kind of create some unique spaces for those larger suites that are up there. You get some more natural light up as well too, but also cut down the massing because sometimes doing a traditional hip roof adds a lot of height to the building that is not beneficial to the actual end use of the particular project. The ground floor all parking, of course, that's all open. The retail portion of the front that's facing the stereo, the small portion that's 2,500 square feet, that's all been designed to be dry flood proofed. Of course, the program will come in later on. That's simply going to be the check-in for the hotel. That's the only portion that's dry flood proof on the ground floor. Obviously, everything's designed to all the current FEMA standards, flood elevations, you name it. These are all going to be built for resiliency. Everything from the mechanical systems to electrical to plumbing systems, obviously structurally, everything we're doing nowadays, these are all concrete and steel buildings. So resilience is actually really important for us with everything we design, and we also just go beyond the minimum of the codes. With that said, I'll just change over back to Patrick. Oh, sure.
Next, please. Gotta say please.
Oh, get away. Oh, there you go. Most simplistically, again, to the ground floor, starting from the left, and the top floor being the far right. On the far left, you'll see the purple, and everything colored in purple is what we're counting as the floor area ratio. So it just jumps out to you graphically in the plan. The things that you see in yellow on each of the floors, starting from the second to the roof, are all the exterior balconies that are excluded from the calculation of FAR. Back to the ground floor, that purple is the 2,500 square foot footprint of commercial use. The rest of it is parking, elevators, stair towers, egress, circulation into the site. Floors 2, 3, 4, and 5 are pretty much carbon copies of each side. You can see the radiating plan that allows better views of the Gulf, also a little bit more privacy. Again, these are suites. These are 1-bedroom suites. On the roof, these become 2-bedroom suites because on the top floor, those are the larger units that are on the pool deck itself. And this is not a terribly huge pool deck. I mean, it's enough to have a little more of a cozy feel of going in a pool, having the view of the Gulf, have a place to lay down. As mentioned, a remote cart bar on there on the roof for just the customer service feeling. Restrooms on this top roof deck to comply with the health department. And of course, the rest of it is just the bigger suites that are on the top floor. Mechanical systems are also screened on the back side. Although that's facing the north side, they are screened by parapet walls, which are just walls that go past the roof line itself to screen all that. So when you're coming over the bridge and you're seeing mechanical systems on roofs, these are things that are going to be shielded from that. So even from a higher standpoint, you won't see the mechanical systems on the roof as well. So just another layer of things that we do because we care overall how the building is. And also, those parapets do protect the mechanical systems. So they block the wind, they prevent things from flying off the roof as well too. And also adds to the architecture as well too, so you're not seeing all that stuff. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, if we can go back 2 slides and look at the height exhibit. The one before also. There you go. Okay. What this slide shows us is the height request. And what we've presented here is both the zone height and the zone height for this project is 58 feet. Again, that's from design elevation to under the eaves of the roof. And then we also have the actual height, which is from grade all the way to the very top of the roof, and that is 70 feet. As mentioned, the majority of the building is 5 stories, and that's inclusive of the ground level parking. And in the middle of the building, that's where we have the tallest component and the 6th story. Moving forward, next slide, right there. Again, this is just without the footprint of the building, showing the parking, showing again the loop where we've got the potential for stacking. Next slide, please. Next. Okay. We will talk briefly about density and intensity. Per the new 2045 comp plan, the measure of commercial intensity is your FAR. As mentioned, we can request up to 2.5. We are requesting a 2.0 FAR. Also, as Jason mentioned, we're kind of in a weird stage where the comp plan's been updated, but the LDC has not been updated yet. So the LDC is still there, and we have to address it. And we did that as part of our application. What we indicated is we had 22 units, 5 of those as a base. We had 5 planted lots. If we were to apply the multiplier, and that's on the next page, please, it would be a multiplier of 12 that would bring us to 60 units. Next slide, please. So we just have the math right there. Base density of 5 times 12 gives us our 60 units that we are requesting. And we also have a calculation for the FAR, 0.74 acres times the 2.0, and that gives us a floor area of 64,468. We've shown clearly what is counted as part of that, what is not counted. The balconies that were shown in yellow are not counted as part of the FAR. And also at ground level, the parking is not included in that calculation, and that is consistent with the 2045 comp plan that says that parking under the building is not part of that calculation. Moving forward to the next slide, please. We did conduct a transportation analysis. The conclusions are just highlighted there in green, that the project will not have an undue burden on the adjacent roadway network. But we are cognizant that traffic is always a hot issue on Fort Myers Beach.
and we are trying to find means of mitigating for potential or perceived impacts. We will participate in the drag program. We will provide bicycles to all our guests, and we will have bicycle parking on site. Like I said, we are going to improve the pedestrian amenities by widening the sidewalk. We are also going to provide a crosswalk right at Primo, and we are going to do our very best to funnel everybody to those crosswalks. So what we know is that when you get to downtown, there's a lot of people, a lot of pedestrian activity. People jaywalk, and the motorists tend to stop. Once in a while they don't, but most of the time they do, and they let the pedestrians go by, and that slows down the flow of traffic. So what we are proposing as a benefit is to put a pedestrian barrier that would be on the side of Estero where Margaritaville is, where the pool is. It would be a nice decorative barrier, and what that would do is it would prevent, I'll get a picture for you in a second. Okay. And it'll prevent the jaywalking, hopefully funnel everybody to the crosswalks. And at Margaritaville, if everybody is funneled there, they can either wait till they are told they can cross, or just go up the stairs and use the overpass how it is intended, and hopefully that improves the traffic flow. So if we can turn, I'll get the page number here, to slide number 36. So on slide number 36, top right corner is a depiction of where the property is in green, and then the portion where we would have a pedestrian barrier. What you see on the right side, the bigger picture, and this is in Orlando, close to Disney, and the folks at Disney do things right. They don't want people jaywalking back and forth. What you can see towards the back of the picture is an overpass leading to the parks, and what they've got is they have a pedestrian barrier all along the sidewalk, so people cannot jaywalk and cross. They get funneled to the overpass and use the overpass. Next slide, please. And I know this one is a little hard to see. This one is in Sedona, Arizona. My partner Kent just went on vacation there last year, took a bunch of pictures because he thought that was a great use of the pedestrian barrier.
It's very good looking.
Yeah, they make it very attractive. Obviously, they can choose any design. I would assume that when they go to get this done, they will use a kind of tropical motif, maybe something a little Jimmy Buffett-esque for it. So, but it'll be attractive. I think it can look good, and it really serves a purpose. So going back to where we were on the slide.
So it's really a fence.
Yes. Mm-hmm. But a pretty fence.
But a good-looking fence.
Yes. If we can go back to slide number
Say something?
23, please.
Hey, Pat, it's only on one side of the street,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So if people decide to cross and then they get in the middle of the
Well-
road and then see the barriers coming up?
Well, yes. Sometimes we can't design or legislate for stupidity, but I think it's a question of, people will see it, people will know. People are not supposed to jaywalk in the first place, but I think they will see the barrier and they know that they can't get there, and hopefully they will go to the proper crossing areas.
Can I ask a couple other questions before we get to the parking?
Yep.
So we're on the record, what's the height of Margaritaville?
The height of Margaritaville, I believe, is,
54?
do you recall, 54? And that's total height or zone height?
It's total height.
Total height, 54. So Margaritaville has 4 stories, so we have 1.5, 2 stories more than they do.
So we're between 54 and 70.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
right?
16 feet.
Just so we're on the record.
Yep.
Did anyone look at what a the view would be from the top of the bridge, over the top of this building? We saw renderings, you know, when it was Margaritaville as to whether or not the view would be affected. Was that study done?
I don't think we created an exhibit unless Albert has that in his arsenal, his 3D modeling that he's done. But
It would be a good idea.
I don't recall seeing that, but what we did look is, are we directly at the base? Are we in that immediate view shed? And yes, you can see the property, but when you go on the bridge, you kind of have to look to the left and you see kind of the sheriff's station right there. Again, we thought that we're not blocking that direct view. We thought that made sense, a little extra height on the periphery, and we thought that it kind of fit well. And the first exhibit that you saw from Albert kind of shows from the beach the scale, the size of the property. And even though it's a little taller, I think from a scale standpoint, from a massing standpoint, it fits in the overall context.
And do you know the width of Primo? Some of the emails we got question whether two-way traffic can even get by each other now.
It talked about, I think it suggested that the road was 20 feet wide.
You suggest that the road is 20 feet wide.
I think on the email it said that.
No, the email said that it's between 13 and 16 feet wide.
Okay. I do not recall that.
It is very difficult to have two cars on Primo. Very, very difficult.
And I don't know, I think Brandon, at one point you may have looked at it, and Brandon's gonna check.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, or should I move on to this slide?
Go ahead.
Okay. So what we have there is we have our parking calculation, and as Jason mentioned, depending on the room size, the parking ratio is somewhat different. So we have an allocation of rooms. Of the 60 rooms, 36 would be under 450 square feet, which creates a requirement of 1.2 parking spaces. And for rooms greater than 450 square feet, the ratio is 1.5. So we start off, we look at the requirements without any reduction. We're looking at 86.7, 87 spots. Being in the downtown, we are given a 33% reduction. We are providing bike racks, so that reduces the parking also by 1 spot. So our code required parking is 57 spaces. We are asking for 46. That is a 21% reduction from code. So some of the things that we've discussed is we've got off-site parking for employees. So that is at Buttonwood. Also, we were asked, how many employees do you think at any given time? So what we were told, peak days, since a lot of the back of the house and back office things will be handled by TPI employees, but at Margaritaville, they're estimating peak days, 5 employees on site. That would be it. And like I said, the parking can be off-island at Buttonwood. Also, from the standpoint of, we've talked about this before for other projects, travel behaviors are different. People are using Ubers a lot more. We believe that at 46, that should be sufficient parking to meet the demand, but we also have contingencies. So should there be an issue, we can always valet. This right now is not intended to be valet, but we could valet that and stack more cars under. And there's also the opportunity, depending on what the conditions are and what the volume is at Margaritaville, that the parking could be shared with them when feasible. And there's also, as we talked about, if there's a demonstrated need at some point down the line, that they could enter into an agreement with another place off-site for joint parking. So, as we, we're not gonna go back to the conversation we had earlier today. I don't think we need to do that. It's been said, you're aware of what I'm thinking, what my thoughts are. But just moving on to the next page also.
You're very
you saw-
transparent,
You
Patrick.
saw a similar exhibit when, which one was it? Salty Crabs came forward?
Yeah.
So we updated this exhibit. We looked at all the public parking available within a 1 mile radius, and we have 722 parking spaces.
How many?
722 parking spaces.
Not including Mr. Tequila, right?
No.
Pat, a couple of questions on the parking.
Yeah.
When we met, we had some discussion about the fact that while TPI may have both sites now, Silver Sands is a different brand, could be sold separately, and that, was there any consideration given to having a parking agreement between Margaritaville and Silver Sands that would survive potentially any type of sale for both Buttonwood and Margaritaville, so that there would be a parking option? I guess the second, getting to overnight parking, I don't think any of these parking lots at these 700 spots though would allow overnight parking. So an agreement with Margaritaville might cover that.
Yeah, and that's a question for Chris, really, and I will let Chris answer if you'd like to address that. Would that agreement make sense between Margaritaville and Silver Sands?
Uh-oh, he didn't swear it.
He didn't swear, but he's a nice guy, so.
Pardon me?
Excuse me?
Well,
So he needs to be sworn in.
let me get sworn in first.
You got it, okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
As far as parking goes, we've been operating Margaritaville now for, I think, 3 years. On average, for overnight guests, about 70% of our occupied rooms drive. And so when you look at the parking for the 60 rooms, 60 times 70% is about 42. And so based on our history, we do feel that the 46 stalls is sufficient for overnight parking for the 60 rooms. I don't think we'll need a parking arrangement. That can certainly be something that we can talk about. But from our experience, this is sufficient from a
Yeah, I mean, even if it was in the event of a sale, some type of agreement would be arranged. Maybe not necessarily now, but as a contingency,
I understand the point.
Chris, in the event of a sale is being raised because it was specifically raised in this email that we received, because the property is still listed for sale. And so, something that we've all experienced lately, I don't know if you know this or not, is, somebody, an applicant saying, I'm going to do this, I need this, I want this, whatever, and then whoop, it's going to get flipped. And it's discouraging to us. So I'm just going to ask you how you feel about that, and do you, if this project is approved, I'm under the understanding that TPI intends to construct, operate, and own this project. So is there a reason why the property is still for sale? Do you want to comment on that?
I don't know.
You don't?
I think we did list it for sale
Yeah.
as a vacant land.
Mhm.
I was not aware it's still actively listed.
Neither was I, but somebody has brought it to our attention.
And so that I'll need to investigate that.
Okay.
But it is our TPI's intention to develop the hotel as planned if the council does end up approving it. We do feel it's a feasible project, and that is something that we can put the shovel in the ground pretty quickly on.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
I was talking to Brandon. He got the measurements of the property. The width is approximately 15 feet for travel lanes. Because we have our property and there's gonna be a little extra space, it's gonna widen it by about another foot, so plus or minus 16 feet.
I think the only road that might be more narrow on this island is Miramar.
Mhm.
Also a tiny little skinny street.
Yeah. The only analogy that comes to mind and that I'd like people to think about is I've worked on multiple bike ped master plans. We put together the first bike ped master plan for Lee County. And in planning theory, there's this idea of, do we provide sidewalks on every local street? And some people are proponents of sidewalks everywhere. Other people say, look, you've got a small, narrow street. The design of the street, the narrowness, makes it that people don't drive fast, and that you don't need a sidewalk. You let people walk in the street. My local street is like that. My neighbors walk around all the time, and typically it's a social event. Someone goes by, neighbor stops, pulls down the window, and they have a chat. But it's an environment where people are slowing down, paying attention, and yes, it's tight. I don't think vehicles are going to have head-on collisions. I think people will take their time and move to the site and make sure that the crossing movements are safe. It's an existing condition. It's been like
It
this.
is an existing condition, but it's exacerbated by a hotel. And I understand the concern of the Primo residents. I really do understand it because I've been up and down Primo. And if you remember, back in the day when the doghouse was there, that was a huge issue for them. And the beached whale is also a huge issue for them because of truck deliveries. So, you know, I mean, as we get further along here, Chris, I want you to think about this because I think that if there was valet parking, some sort of monitored parking, you might be able to get people off the street faster and you know, eliminate the self-parking notion. It just something to temper the impact that that's going to have on Primo, because it's going to have an impact.
We're going to give it some thought.
You give it some thought before we get
and-
to the
And just a few things, though, from a design standpoint that we did is, it was very important for us to really reduce the access points. Again, it used to be a free-for-all that everybody could back on onto Primo and onto Estero, and we've really limited that. And what we did is we consciously decided to do one egress and one ingress. Again, to create that flow, to reduce the amount of conflict of you don't have a car coming in to the same access point, someone leaving. It's circular. People are leaving from a different point. People are coming in from a different access point. And we've created that pretty long stacking loop, again, to make sure that no one is backing up onto Primo. So we've given this quite a bit of thought. We designed accordingly. Again, it's always tough when you have existing constraints and you can't really expand your right-of-way, but we'll give it some thought. And we'll
Patrick,
see.
is the parallel parking on Primo, is that in your parking count?
It's fully within our property.
No,
It's-
it's in your
it's-
count.
It's within your property?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not Primo?
Yeah, no, it's
Oh.
not Primo.
But is it in your count?
It is in the
Is-
count, yes.
Okay. It's within your property.
So moving to the next slide, what we have here, and I'm not going to go through all this, I'll just give you a few highlights. It's in your packet. We have an extensive narrative talking about consistency with the comp plan. When we initially submitted, we were just talking about the consistency with the old comp plan. We updated that before we came to hearing, and in your packet, you do have a treatment of how we're consistent with the new 2045 comp plan. But some of the highlighted and the bolded areas I want to pull up. So future land use policy 1A2 encourages pedestrian-oriented public amenities such as benches, bike racks, trash receptacles. We are providing that.
flu policy 1B, 2C5, and the two others right there. They acknowledge and support greater intensity of use in the Times Square area and the pedestrian commercial district. And they call for a maximum FAR of 2.5. As mentioned, we're under that maximum at 2.0. Flu policy 1B, 2C5, and the two other ones right there identify FAR as the proper mechanism for measuring intensity. So while we are providing that conversion ratio, your comp plan says FAR is the measure of intensity. On the next page, please. Policy CD1A2 talks about creating the Times Square mixed-use district, and talks about this district is the main tourist and entertainment district, which will accommodate the most growth in terms of height and density. So the rest is associated with your 1999 comp plan. I'm not going to go through those, but just so you're aware, it is part of your packet, and we feel we've demonstrated compliance with the old and with the new comp plan. If we can jump to slide number 28. As part of our application packet, we also have to address compliance with the Land Development Code and the CPD review criteria. That is part of your packet, and it's also part of the staff report that you have, where each item, our response is provided, and then you have a comment from staff if they concur, support our assertions. And as Megan mentioned, generally speaking, the report was very supportive and concurred with some of our findings. I think the biggest departure, as we know, was associated with the parking. So next slide. Again, I apologize if I took liberties with public benefits, or I call them special benefits. Again, some of this stuff we may have to do, but I'll go through some of those. The pedestrian barrier we are providing, we think it's a great benefit. The enhanced sidewalk along Estero is a benefit. The call it public realm enhancement, but it's really that plaza right at the corner where we're putting bike racks, benches, street trees. We are going to participate in the drag program. We're going to provide bicycles. The hardened and resilient structures, yes, we have to meet building code. We acknowledge that, but it's always a benefit for the island to have better, stronger buildings. Positive economic impact, again, that'll be in the form of ad valorem taxes, bad taxes, employment, and secondary impacts to other local businesses. Unfortunately, the status of our elementary school is not very encouraging, but should we move forward with a charter school on this island, they will do the same as they're doing with Margaritaville. They will educate their staff, and they will also provide flexible schedules for people to drop off their kids and pick them up. And last but not least, what is being proposed is helping in the redevelopment, revitalization of downtown. I think this Quality Boutique Hotel is a different offering. I think it's very complementary to what we have there. And I think a lot of people, when they think of wanting hotels and hotel rooms on this island, I think this image of a boutique hotel is always very appealing and definitely meets a market demand. So next page, we have the various deviations. I'm not going to go through those one by one, but if you do have questions about the deviations, please let me know what those questions are. We can address those right now. Otherwise, I will jump to slide number 33. This is the latest data provided by the Lee County Visitor and Convention Bureau. Essentially, we are not back to where we were pre-Ian. We're at approximately 60% of active rooms back online. This is smaller boutique hotel contributing 60 units to that trough that we currently have. But again, all these little smaller hotels will create a benefit and get that number up over time. So next slide, this is our conclusion. So in my professional planning experience, I believe that the proposed CPD and the proposed hotel is consistent with the old and the new comprehensive plan, and that we meet or exceed all LDC requirements. Based on the expert testimony that we have provided, based on the backup documents, application documents that we have provided, based on our presentation today and the staff report, we respectfully request that you recommend approval for this project. And I think we looked through the conditions where we were fine with the proposed conditions from staff.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you.
Questions, Jim? Are you?
Yeah. I don't know if this is best to start with Pat or with Jason, but the staff did not find that the deviations complied with the code. Is that the recommendation I'm reading here?
No, I think there's a few of them that seem to be sufficient. If I go back and look at some of these, it was primarily parking, I think is what they mentioned was the objection. And that was one of the deviations, yes.
So-
If I can address that, Jim?
Is that the only deviation the staff had an objection to?
Well, I think there was some language also where the way Uma phrased it is that we're not consistent, but the way what she was meaning is we are not consistent with our base downtown zoning. That's why we're asking for the CPD, and that's why we're asking for more density, because we
Right.
have a deviation associated with more density.
Yeah, so I think the challenge of that is when you say something's consistent or not consistent with your surrounding area or neighborhood, how are we measuring an apples to apples from project to project? And so one of the ways typically has been done to do that is using that multiplier, but we're not using the multiplier anymore. So it's kind of a challenge to say, yeah, it's fine, it's consistent, because then you go to height, and then you've got some of those issues. So we were trying to bring that issue up, and probably could have done it in a more clear manner. But comparing them and using that as a tool for you to think about how does this compare to the neighborhood is why we brought it up, to Pat's point. We weren't necessarily trying to say it's not consistent with that part, because he's right. That part that came out of the comp plan, the code has that requirement for the multiplier, and then it's a judgment call whether you think it's sufficient for the neighborhood.
Very clear, Jason.
Yeah, it's not clear at all. There's not a criteria to evaluate against that. That's the short version of it.
I'm worried about this parallel parking on Primo. I mean, like I said, I've driven down the street many times. And now you've got 15 feet of space, supposedly two-way traffic, and now you've got parallel parking spaces that are going to back out because, I mean, they're on top of each other, so chances are they're not going to pull forward out of it. I mean, that could happen, but I just have a real concern about this, especially the space that is up closest to Estero Boulevard that's going to interact with all the beached whale activity. I know this is on your property, but that impact to Primo is intense. So if you eliminated those spaces and increased your ask for a parking deviation, It would minimize that, tremendously.
You could actually widen Primo then the length of their property.
You could, but what good does that do? Because at the end of it, it narrows again.
Except
It's like-
it helps the intersection of
It
Estero
does
and
help the
Primo.
intersection, yeah, it does help the
So I'll just
intersection.
give you our thought process and how we came up with this, and
Mhm.
I will pose the question also to Chris of maybe we look at this going to council. But from a design standpoint, we're faced with a requirement, and obviously we want to keep our parking reduction as small as possible. And if you look at the width of the property, there's only so many aisles we can put in there. And we don't have enough width to create like an additional aisle. So there was
But if you
space.
did stacking like they do at Margaritaville,
Yeah, there was space on the property, so we put this as parallel. That increased our count and made us more compliant with the requirement. We could ask for a greater reduction. I don't know if, are you better off asking for a greater reduction or eliminating those spaces? If we did eliminate those spaces, we can provide more landscaping.
do you know how bad people are at parallel parking? So
Well,
not
kids-
only that, but.
Kids nowadays
but-
can't do it,
but
unless they've got a
I-
smart car.
But
Button.
these
Yeah.
parallel
It's like
parking
driving-
spaces are so that for someone to park there, they've got to go down the street somewhere, turn around and come back to these spaces.
Loop around
Or
our
loop,
property.
where, they're gonna, where are they looping?
They come under the building, loop around and come back out.
So they go into the parking garage, come out, and then go into that.
Yeah.
I think
about-
this is a mess. I'm gonna hope that you can figure something else out here. I mean, Brandon, you're the expert over here. It's like, just knowing this area, this impact is going to, it's gonna be dramatic.
What's your concern about increasing the reduction request by those few spaces?
Right now.
It's
I'm not
9
the-
spaces.
I'm not the one that can make that decision. I want to run it by my client. As Chris mentioned, they kind of saw that soft spot maybe at about 42 spaces. Does that kind of start hindering them if we reduce it even more? I think that's something we can definitely discuss between this and council and come back with an answer and come back hopefully with a solution.
And I never saw how it works, but I understand it works well, the stacking at Margaritaville. Maybe that's an option here, because you'll have the height ability to do it. I don't know. To me, this is a big complication.
Yeah. I think it's something that we can definitely address and maybe not make a decision on the spot right here today, because I think it's got to be evaluated. The stacking you're talking about is dollars are involved. If I had the authority to write a blind check, and if it wasn't my money, I might just do it right now, but I've got to run it by the client.
Okay.
Question. On that overlay picture,
Your microphone.
Do you know what slide we can bring back?
on that overlay picture,
It's,
The circulation pattern one?
the parking, the parking is circulation, yes,
Okay.
that's right.
so you have that overlay picture,
That is slide number 19, please.
and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars in that shadow. What is in that space where those cars are now? And is this wall along here, all the parking spaces back out into each other? So there's actually, 1, 2, 3 more parking spaces there if that's a solid wall. So there could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Well,
7,
it just
8,
the parking
9,
needs to be
10.
redesigned.
10.
Slide
It
20,
does.
please.
It really does.
Wow,
The other way.
What slide is this?
I mean, look, for two-way circulation on a street, it says that you need 20 to 24 feet for two-way circulation, and Primo only has 15. To further constrain it would be a bad idea.
Okay. Do you find it? No, not there.
Which one are you talking about?
They're not,
Oh, no,
oh,
he's,
if you go to the one with the overlay picture on it,
Slide number 39, please.
there, oh, no.
there,
This one.
no,
No.
no.
Well,
Well, that one is it. You can count the cars there. I'm talking about at the back of the property, there's 8 across there, or however many, 6, 7, 8, 9 going down the side. And where those cars are backing out, that's a solid wall, so that could be,
yeah, we had, you know,
yeah. I'm talking about those and down, and then stop at the bottom, yeah, exactly. Why can't that be parking?
That's their open space, if you look at the back.
that's where.
Well, but
we-
they could give up the street space as open space, which would be a benefit.
But you're not gonna hold it, you're not gonna have a wedding on Primo. I mean,
That would affect both our buffer to the neighbor and our green space area for potential
Yeah,
events on
exceptions.
water. Plus, the difficulty of the way it's stacked right now on that aerial is people have place to maneuver in that entire parking lot because it's not built up.
they have a
So
way to
it's-
maneuver in the parking lot, they don't have a way to maneuver on Primo.
Yeah, but if you put parking there, you would also need a drive aisle to get them there and a turnaround. So it would eat up way more space than that.
Oh, all these rules.
You guys were talking?
No, I just wanted to kind of chime in, that area is, that we're discussing right now, that north area is gonna be the proposed lawn, but I think what we are hearing, oh, Brandon, you want I was gonna say, what we are
Oh,
hearing is that there.
Megan, let Brandon talk, he never gets to speak at these things. He sits through these hearings and he never says a word.
Tall and handsome.
Let him say something.
Yeah, I was told I was a tall glass of water at the 7-Eleven this morning, but.
Brandon,
well,
say your name for the record.
Brandon Fry, and I was not sworn in yet.
Oh. All these non-new fellows.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So, I was trying to talk to 6 different people at the same time, so I think I'll just summarize and you guys kick me if I'm misspeaking. So we talked about it, and I think that we're okay getting rid of those spaces along Primo. So now the question is, what do we do? You know, do we increase the deviation, or do we try to find a way to use that lawn area in the back? I think that that's something that we can look into. It feels awkward to me, but it's potentially possible. But for the purposes of today, I think, you tell me, I think that we're comfortable getting rid of those spaces along Primo.
And you'll come back with a recommendation at council with an alternative
That's correct.
to repeal? Okay.
Yeah, and perhaps the alternative is just the increased deviation, you know, but.
But ideally, the alternative would be to somehow, you know, I don't know, magically create more parking within your interior.
Stacking.
Or stacking something, yeah.
Yeah, it's an awkward space, but hopefully we can get something to work
Yeah.
back there.
Okay, well, good. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
You finally got to say something, Brendan.
And he solved the problem.
Well,
I've got
they
9
just-
follow-up questions for him now.
There are no problems, only solutions.
That's right.
Well, really, even think about the intersection there. That one little car right there is a mess. And that could improve the condition there. Okay, go ahead. Where are we? Patrick?
You were wrapping up, as I recall.
It was. You're wrapping up because we're.
Jim has to get to Ohio, so we have to move things along.
We were on page 34, which is the concluding slide.
That's what I thought.
And as I said, we respectfully request a recommendation of approval. We have looked at staff's conditions, we support those. Your recommendation to look at parking and eliminate that along Primo, we provided an answer for that. Yes, we will be ready to do that for council. And happy to answer any questions, address any comments.
Okay, Don, questions of staff or the applicant?
No, none for me, thanks.
How about you, Ed?
None for me.
Jim?
None?
Jane?
Careful, Jane.
Come back to me in just a second.
Doug?
No questions, other than I would just make in my opinion, I would go for a reduction or increase the parking reduction request and not try to squeeze parking into the green area. And maybe you'll have more open space along Primo, which would be a nice amenity to have a little more landscaping along Primo. No questions, though.
Jim?
Agree totally with Doug's approach. Make it look nice and find the other things. No questions.
Okay. Could I just touch on the green space? When I met with you, I was concerned about amplified music here. So how would you feel about a condition that it does not allow amplified music in that small space? You could have ambient, but not amplified. No bands, just, you could still have music, but just no live music, no hoopla.
Acoustic, no Metallica.
Okay? Because it is a small space, Chris, right?
It could be
Okay.
live, but not amplified, you're saying.
I would see like a cello or maybe a harp.
A string quartet, something
You're not
like
going
this.
to that
Yes,
place.
okay. All right, so amplified music, okay. 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 Anybody else have anything? I think those were my things.
I guess I need to ask, and maybe it was talked about earlier.
My apologies, I was just speaking with Chris. And so regarding the amplified music, can we include something just in the rare event that they would like to have a harpist or a cellist, to have it be a special permit type thing moving forward?
Sure, you could ask for a special event permit.
You're great.
Sure. Yeah, but that doesn't, you could do that. Okay. Jane?
Can you tell me how many hotels are involved in the do not rent a car thing?
Well, I do not have that number. but I
Nobody
can-
that has built or opened a hotel.
Okay, so you're going to participate in it. How would you do that? Because,
So I think very similar to what other commitments from other hotels would be to have it on the website to inform all the guests that we.
It's marketing.
We like to reduce the number of cars on the island and to provide them some kind of a voucher monetary benefit for not driving onto the island. And it could be access to some kind of activity where it's discounted. It could be a voucher for one of the restaurants or the bars, but it would be an incentive for them to not drive. And we can find that better by the time we get to council.
Anything else, Jane?
somebody had asked about what the room sizes were, and they're between 939 square feet and 965 square feet.
Okay.
We have,
You have
I'll
some
let
big-
Albert answer
you have some
that exactly, but we've got a bunch of rooms that are under 450 square feet.
Oh,
And the
that's-
penthouses on top, or
Are
the
bigger.
largest ones, those are
Mhm.
2 bedrooms, and those are probably more than 900 square feet? 600? Yeah, so some, just a little under the
Oh,
450,
you know
and
what?
some
I'm counting too much
in the
of
plus
the floor area
600.
ratio. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, any other questions for the staff or the applicant? Jason, you have anything to add to this discussion?
No.
You're getting so good at this.
I mean, I can if you want to have a discussion,
Okay,
but no.
Patrick, anything else you want to add?
Nope.
Let's see if there's any public that would like to comment. There's none, so we'll close the public
I
comment.
can't believe there's no public
And-
here.
Well, I mean, we only got one letter, so.
Hey, what about me? Can I
What?
comment?
You can.
Okay, thank you. And it
You'd like
just-
to put
yeah.
everything on record? It's in
Sure.
the packet?
Oh, yes, do that first.
Okay,
That's
so
important.
we'll make that part of the motion. How's that? To
Okay.
include everything that was distributed in the packet and set a public comment to be included in the
Okay, so
Final.
there is a court case in a far, far away jurisdiction that does perhaps put some limitations on a local government's ability to regulate not ambient,
Amplified?
amplified music. So I'm going to speak with the attorney, and we'll figure it out if we're okay, or if we need to modify that language a little bit.
I'm not going to touch it. Okay. All right. So if there's no other discussion, would somebody like to make a motion to this project? First, let me just say this. Albert, I commend you because every project should have this level of detail when it comes to us. It allows you to really see. Imagine if this was something else. We would have never seen those parking spaces. We wouldn't have seen the detail. We wouldn't have been able to place ourselves. And you do a great job at that. A really great job.
His team and Brandon did actually help a lot.
And Brandon, well, Brandon,
Okay.
good job.
He's already
It-
spoken once.
It really,
He's done.
it helps the community understand what's coming. So, okay, who'd like to make a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve ordinance 26-10 CPD 202-50286, 1207 Estero Boulevard, including 11 deviations, 9 conditions set by the staff, elimination of the parking on Primo.
The parallel parking.
What's that?
Parallel parking.
On Primo. A clarification on amplified music and including all exhibits and emails that have been presented as part of the record.
I'll second.
Jane's going to second, but could I just have you say that I'm asking that amplified music not be allowed in the open green space, and Nancy said she would.
That's correct.
She would, so.
So
you
your
said
recommendation is to not allow it?
Not allow
Right,
amplified
and we'll
music.
figure it out
But
if
do you
we
agree
can
with
do
that?
it.
That's fine.
Okay, and you agree with
Second,
that?
please.
Great. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and any discussion? Jim?
Aye.
Jane?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
Don?
Aye.
Doug?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
I'm an aye. The motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, folks.
Thank you.
Chris, it's nice to see you today. Yeah.
Anybody that wants to talk sports, World Cup?
No, we want you to go away now, Patrick.
Or now, you're welcome, Patrick.
But you did a good job.
Get those polo shoes out of here.
All right, let's move on to the administrative agenda, because I just heard that Mr. Dunlap's driving to Ohio right now, so do you want to go?
He's going only to Georgia tonight.
Okay.
I know, you can leave if you want.
No, I got something to bring up.
Administrative agenda, anything? LPA members and reports. Jim?
Can I ask, since we've had to do this since third grade, and particularly around FAR, it seems like we are always processing or translating, when we get a FAR calculation, how they got there. Is there something we can do in our process procedures to show your work, where they will present any going forward FAR calculations to show the numerators, the denominators, the components, et cetera, so we can, those of us that do that kind of thing, can inquire, confirm, or challenge? Because it's too nebulous today, and we have to take words and,
Well, they did a good job.
They did a
of
good
that.
job. That's
Very good job.
part of why I
mean,
wrote it down,
everything-
'cause-
Everything in pink,
Yeah.
yes. That was
so I don't know how to
fantastic.
incorporate that into what we do, but if we could put some sort of an expectation out there that that's an extra bonus points or gold stars or whatever it is, I'd like to see that math on these deals. We've had FARs change during presentations,
Oh, yeah,
and we need to see that math in my mind.
yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Okay, that's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Doug, anything?
No, ma'am.
Jane?
Okay.
Jim?
No.
Ed?
No.
Don, anything?
No, thank you.
Okay,
I thought you had something to
I am not going to be at our August meeting, so I'm just
We
going
don't
to tell
have
you
an
that.
August meeting.
We do, August 11th is when the regularly scheduled LPA meeting would be. And I just want to bring up again that I think we need to be talking about the particulars of development agreements. I'd really like to revisit development agreements. Public benefits, when are we having an LDC update? When does that start with us? And the FAR could be part of the LDC update. Shouldn't there be a requirement that somebody outlines it, you know?
They do. So there's two different conversations, what they're counting and what we count. So That's a discussion I can't
But the only one that
resolve.
matters to us is what we count, but then they should show
Not
us
really.
that in comparison.
No, I mean, it does what it doesn't. I mean, you say you got an example that you liked, but at the same time, they're excluding part of the building, right?
That's
So
exactly the
that's a-
point.
That is a discussion, a debatable topic.
That's true.
I think
So,
we should start with yours, though, Jason, and make them prove you wrong.
we do, and so the answer, but they can ask for something else. So the answer is it's the building, right? And we have the definition for that, we can show it to you, and then we can go through all of that.
Just have a page on FAR, just the numbers, and they can
Yeah.
bring a page on FAR.
Yeah.
And we can debate what's included and what's not.
Sure.
It would be so healthy for the public, too.
It really would.
It's more about what you're willing to exclude than what is included, because it's the building. The box is
If they want
fine.
it smaller, they're gonna want to exclude.
Correct.
Makes common
And
sense.
you've heard me, I mean, you can't pretend you're lower because a building disappeared off of your calcs, right? That's the only thing I would warn you against, is don't make it, we don't count that building. That's not a way to do the math, but, yeah, we can try to, I think there's a presentation given a couple years ago. We can dust that off and show what the box is and by our code. And then the rest is up to the case by case.
I can tell you, if you stick that in the packets, I will bring that to any interactions I have with them and ask them to lay their paper next to yours.
Okay.
And then I can do that math right there on the spot and
Sure.
know where we are. Thank you.
Yep.
It's a great idea. Anything else, Nancy, anything from you?
No, I think I've said enough today.
Yeah. Jason, anything from you guys?
We were going to talk about all of that on August 11th, but now we'll.
Let's talk about
I'm
it. I just
kidding.
won't be
I'm
here.
just kidding. Yes, understood. We've got to schedule the LDC stuff and all that now.
Wonderful.
Yep.
We'll look forward to that. Okay, well, thank you all. Have a very good summer.
So
and,
moved.
Thank you very much, Jim. Bye-bye, everybody.
That's good.
Oh, that was a good meeting. I know it was long, but
All
it was
right,
good.
go get breakfast.